We begin with the name of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Begin with the name of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and with the recitation of his words from the Holy Quran, and for which I have the pleasure of inviting to the stage Qari Abdur Rahman al-Duseri.
من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ألم تر كيف ضرب الله مثلا كلمة طيبة كشجرة طيبة أصلها ثابت وفرعها في السماء تؤتي أكلها كل حين بإذن ربها ويضرب الله الأمثال للناس لعلهم يتذكرون ومثل كلمة خبيثة كشجرة خبيثة اجتثت من فوق الأرض ما لها من قرار يثبت الله الذين آمنوا بالقول الثابت يثبت الله الذين آمنوا بالقول الثابت في الحياة الدنيا وفي الآخرة ويضل الله الظالمين ويفعل الله ما يشاء صدق الله العظيم.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and a very good morning to all of you. So first of all, let me welcome all of you on behalf of AAOIFI Board of Trustees, the technical boards, and the Secretariat to this very special 20th AAOIFI-IsDB Islamic Banking and Finance Conference, which is being held today and tomorrow, 2nd and 3rd of November 2025 in the Kingdom of Bahrain. I also want to thank all of you, Your Excellencies, dignitaries, speakers, trainers, trainees, attendees, all of you, especially those of you who have traveled from outside of Bahrain, from different parts of the world, just to be here with us today. Thank you so very much indeed. I want to thank the Islamic Development Bank for co-hosting this conference as well as the Capacity Building Week. I want to thank the Central Bank of Bahrain for the moral and financial support for this conference. I want to thank the local and international Islamic financial institutions and other stakeholders for sponsoring this event and providing the technical assistance in making this conference possible. Above all, far above all, I must thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for giving us the strength to have this conference, and I hope it proves to be in the best interest of the Islamic finance industry. The theme of this conference is Islamic finance in the era of artificial intelligence, present potentials and future prospects. And I'm sure you'll agree with me that the theme is not only timely and pertinent, but the discussions promises to be intellectually stimulating and engaging. And I truly hope you all benefit from it. Ameen. So with that, and without further ado, let me formally commence the proceedings by first inviting the conference host, His Excellency, Sheikh Ibrahim bin Khalifa Al Khalifa, Chairman of the AAOIFI Board of Trustees, for his keynote speech.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه وله. Your Excellencies, Mr. Saji Timov Midhat Karakovich, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Economy of the Republic of Tatarstan, His Excellency Mr. Yahya Shunar, Governor and Chairman of Palestinian Monetary Authority, His Excellency Dr. Sami Suilam, Acting Director General of the Islamic Development Bank Institute, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. I would like to begin by conveying the warm greetings and best wishes of His Majesty King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa, King of the Kingdom of Bahrain, and His Royal Highness Prince Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa, the Crown Prince and Deputy Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces and Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Bahrain. Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the era of artificial intelligence is not coming. It is already here. What began as a tool for automation now learns, reasons, and governs systems of value with a speed and autonomy unimaginably only a few years ago. And that's, of course, illustrated in the chart you are seeing. This transformation is not theoretical. It is measurable and happening now. Global AI spending is expected to reach $1.5 trillion in 2025 and could add nearly 16 trillion US dollar to the global GDP by 2030, raising global GDP by about 14%. In the financial sectors alone, nearly 92% of global banks are now using some form of AI to manage risk, deter fraud, or automate client services. Yet beyond these figures lies a deeper truth. AI is not merely improving efficiency, rather it is redefining the moral architecture of economies, institutions, and society. For the first time in history, humanity is designing a form of intelligence that can act, adopt, and evolve without direct human oversight. As AI began to influence the real-world outcomes, a critical issue arises: whose beliefs, systems, intention, and objective will serve? Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, whereas AI brings extraordinary promise, it's also threatened us with unprecedented risk. And these risks are neither distant nor abstract. They are real and already around us. While AI promise expand inclusion, these data can deepen exclusion and discrimination. While AI can improve transparency in decision-making, its misuse can erode privacy and shatter public trust. While AI can enhance stability, unchecked automation can worsen system risk and market stocks. As per IMF estimates, 40% of jobs worldwide could be affected by AI, while developing countries the most vulnerable to disruption. These AI risks not only threaten data and system, but the dignity, privacy, reputation, and livelihood of real people, real families, and real communities. This is why the conversation on AI cannot remain technical. It must become moral. The challenge before us is not how fast AI can move, but what direction it takes. Excellencies, distinguishes and defining moments, AAOIFI responsibility extend beyond financial systems to intelligent systems. The challenge before us is no longer only how to regulate an institution and financial transaction, but now to infuse principles and purposes into a decision-making itself. For AAOIFI, this represents an additional mandate by extending our role from standard setting to value setting. Standard setting defined what must be done. Value setting defined why it must be done. Standard govern behavior, values govern intent. In the era of AI, standard alone are insufficient. AI can follow rules flawlessly, yet remain ethically blind. What they lack is not perception, but purpose. Value setting give AI direction. It ensures that AI system we build pursue socio-economic justice and shared prosperity, and not merely efficiency. To this end, AAOIFI will collaborate with scholar, policymaker, and technologists to embed the maqasid al-sharia into the very DNA of AI. Excellencies, distinguished guests, embedding the maqasid into AI will remain theoretical unless our people and institutions are equipped to translate them into practice. The transformation we need is not only digital, but human and institutional, a transformation of competence, culture, and governance. We must invest in the capacity of our people and institutions, developing competence that combined technical understanding with ethical judgment from boardrooms to classroom, from regulators to innovators. Every stakeholder in the Islamic finance ecosystem must develop a working fluency of AI. The World Economic Forum estimates that 60% of employees will require AI-related upskill by 2027, yet fewer than half of the institutions have started this process. In Islamic finance, the need is even more urgent. Few regulatory or Sharia framework currently address AI directly. This is an opportunity for AAOIFI and its partner to lead by developing capacity building pathway tailored for our industry. Excellencies, while embracing AI, we must be also crystal clear about the boundaries that AI must not cross in Islamic finance. These boundaries are not barriers to progress. They are guardians to preserve integrity. Let me highlight a few red lines if I can. Number one, AI must not issue fatwa or replace Sharia supervisory board. Two, AI must not reinterpret Quran or Hadith beyond the established consensus of qualified scholar. AI must not become the final judge in matters involving ethics and justice. These boundaries preserve human agency and ensure that AI operates within the principles, rules, and values of both the Sharia and the law of the land. Excellencies and distinguished guests, To lead the era of AI responsibility, Islamic finance require not only a visionary idea, but institutional leadership. We therefore propose the creation of a global task force on Islamic finance. This task force would serve as a strategic platform uniting the key stakeholders to undertake the following objective. Number one, to develop an AI framework for the Islamic finance. Number two, to define the principle, the boundaries, the priority, and the responsibility of AI. And number three, to establish governance protocol for data and algorithmic. And finally, to promote collaboration, research, and capacity building. Globally, more than 60 countries have already launched national AI strategy, with over 1,000 policy initiatives being developed by the OECD, yet not specifically address the ethical and Sharia dimension of financial AI. This task force can be fill that global gap, pushing the Islamic finance industry not merely as a participant in the AI revolution, but as its moral compass. For a mission for this scale, leadership must be shared. I can think of no better institution to lead this effort than the Islamic Development Bank Institute, working in close partnership with AAOIFI and other key stakeholders. AAOIFI, for its part, stand ready to provide full technical expertise through its standard setting and value setting mandates that any integration of AI in Islamic finance is not only legally Sharia compliant, but also morally coherent. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Islamic finance continued its journey to transform conventional finance into ethical finance. Today, an even greater responsibility lies before us, which is to guide the transformation of artificial intelligence into ethical intelligence. Our collective mission to ensure that every system of finance and every system of intelligence operate with the legal, ethical, and spiritual boundaries set by the maqasid al-Sharia. May this conference be a decisive step forward for Islamic finance in the era of artificial intelligence. I sincerely thank you all for your kind attention and for honoring me with your presence. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
That was His Excellency Sheikh Ibrahim bin Khalifa Al Khalifa, Chairman of the AAOIFI Board of Trustees, with such a fitting preface to the conference theme, which I'm sure have set the direction for the discussions to follow. Now it's my distinct privilege, my honor, and my pleasure to invite a highly distinguished personality. May I request you to kindly grace this stage and this conference with your keynote speech. He is the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Economy of the Republic of Tatarstan, His Excellency Mr. Shejia Khamitov Midkhat Raskatovich.
Бисмиллахир-рахманир-рахим. Ассаламу алейкум ва рахматуллахи ва баракатух. Уважаемые дамы и господа, хочу поблагодарить его превосходительство шейха Ибрагима бин Халифа Аль-Халифа и организаторов сегодняшней конференции и поприветствовать вас от имени Раиса Республики Татарстан Рустама Нургалиевича Миниханова.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank His Excellency Sheikh Ibrahim bin Khalifa Al-Khalifa and the organizers of today's conference and welcome you on behalf of the Rais of the Republic of Tatarstan, Rustam Nurgaliyevich Minixanov, and the government of the Republic.
Участие в ежегодной конференции АОИФИ становится для нас доброй традицией, и является основой для выстраивания крепких партнерских отношений. Российскую Федерацию с исламскими государствами связывают традиционно тесные доверительные отношения как по двухсторонней линии, так и в рамках взаимодействия с Организацией исламского сотрудничества. Активно развиваются проекты торговли, энергетики, финансах, сельском хозяйстве, высоких технологиях и туризме.
Participation in the annual AAOIFI conference is becoming a good tradition for us and is the basis for building strong partnerships. The Russian Federation and the Islamic states have traditionally had close, trusting relations, both bilaterally and through cooperation with the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Joint projects in trade, energy, finance, agriculture, high technology and tourism are actively developing.
Республика Татарстан, как один из опорных субъектов Российской Федерации, последовательно укрепляет связи со странами исламского мира по широкому спектру вопросов, в том числе по линии группы стратегического видения России и Исламский мир, возглавляемой Раисом Республики Миниханом Рустамом Нургалиевичем.
The Republic of Tatarstan, as one of the mainstay subjects of Russia, consistently strengthens ties with the countries of the Islamic world on a wide range of issues, including through the Russia-Islamic World Strategic Vision Group, headed by Rustam Nurgaliyevich Minnikhanov, Rais of the Republic of Tatarstan.
Несколько слов хотел бы сказать о Республике Татарстан. Это один из ведущих индустриальных, научно-образовательных, инновационных регионов России, в котором проживает практически равное количество мусульман и христиан. Именно на территории республики в 922 году нашими предками в государстве Волжской Булгарии был официально принят ислам.
I would like to say a few words about the Republic of Tatarstan. It's one of the leading industrial, scientific, educational, and innovative regions of Russia, where almost equal numbers of Muslims and Christians live. It was on the territory of the Republic that Islam was officially adopted by our ancestors in the state of Volga, Bulgaria in 922.
Сегодня Татарстан выступает в авангарде развития отношений нашей страны с исламскими государствами. По решению Организации исламского сотрудничества в 2026 году Казань станет культурной столицей исламского мира. Город станет центром проведения множества международных культурных событий, включая уже известные фестивали, а также новые инициативы, призванные предоставить миру культуру российского ислама.
Today, Tatarstan is at the forefront of the development of our country's relations with Islamic states. According to the decision of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, Kazan will become the cultural capital of the Islamic world in 2026. The city will become a hub for many international cultural events, including well-known festivals, as well as new initiatives designed to introduce the culture of Russian Islam to the world.
Также при поддержке Организации исламского сотрудничества в республике ежегодно проводится Международный экономический форум «Россия. Исламский мир. Казань. Форум». Это самая крупная в нашей стране экономическая площадка по обсуждению вопросов сотрудничества России и мусульманских государств. Приглашаю также всех участников сегодняшней конференции в Казань на запланированное мероприятие.
Also, with the support of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, the International Economic Forum Russia, the Islamic World Kazan Forum is held annually in the Republic. This is the largest economic platform in our country for discussing issues of cooperation between Russia and Muslim states. I invite all the participants of today's conference to Kazan for the planned events.
Сегодняшняя пленарная сессия посвящена важной и стратегической теме влияние искусственного интеллекта на развитие исламских финансов. Это направление стремительно развивается во всем мире.
Today's plenary session is devoted to an important and strategic topic, the impact of artificial intelligence on the development of Islamic finance. This idea is rapidly developing all over the world.
В России действует национальная стратегия в этой сфере до 30 года, охватывающую подготовку кадров, развитие облачных платформ и вычислительных мощностей. Нейросети становятся важным инструментом цифровизации государственного управления бизнеса. В стране активно развиваются отечественные платформы GigaChat, Сбера, Яндекс, GPT.
Russia has a national strategy in this area until 2030, covering personal training, development of cloud platforms, and computing capacities. Neural networks are becoming an important tool for the digitalization of public administration and business. The country is actively developing domestic platforms like GigaChat and Yandex.GPT.
В Татарстане создана собственная платформа «Газпром», которой пользуются более 3000 сотрудников из 145 органов власти. С ее помощью решено свыше 240 тысяч задач, что повысило эффективность государственного управления.
Tatarstan has created its own Gazprom platform, which is used by more than 3,000 employees from 145 government agencies. With its help, over 240,000 tasks have been solved, which has increased the efficiency of public administration.
В республике к 30 году планируется внедрение искусственного интеллекта на 50% предприятий промышленности, сельского хозяйства и транспорта. Например, компания «Татнефть» реализует проект «Интеллектуальное месторождение», охватывающий более 30 тысяч скважин. Особая роль принадлежит университету «Иннополис», флагманскому центру России в сфере искусственного интеллекта, который сотрудничает с 54 академическими и 400 индустриальными партнерами из 25 стран.
By 2030, it's planned to introduce artificial intelligence in 50% of industrial, agricultural, and transport enterprises in the Republic. For example, Tatneft is implementing the Intelligent Field project, which covers more than 30,000 wells. A special role belongs to Innopolis University, Russia's flagship center in the field of artificial intelligence, which cooperates with 54 academic and 400 industrial partners from 25 countries.
Благодаря современной инфраструктуре в Татарстане развивается уникальное решение. Проект «Халяль-Карт», проверяющий транзакции на соответствие принципам шариата в режиме реального времени, более 50 тысяч пользователей. И платформа «Ранкс», использующая интеллектуальный анализ и смарт-контракты для исламских инвестиций.
Unique solutions are being developed in Tatarstan thanks to the modern IT infrastructure. First, it's the Halal Card project, which verifies transactions for compliance with Sharia principles in real time, more than 50,000 users. And the Ranks platform, which uses intelligent analysis and smart contracts for Islamic investments.
Что касается темы исламского банкинга, то Татарстан – пилотный регион по внедрению принципов исламского финансирования Российской Федерации в рамках принятого на уровне страны в прошлом году федерального закона.
As for the topic of Islamic banking, Tatarstan is a pilot region for the implementation of the principles of Islamic finance in Russia within the framework of the federal law number 417 FZ adopted at the national level last year.
В этой работе особая роль принадлежит Центральному банку Российской Федерации. Благодаря принятию федерального закона сформированы правовые основы для становления исламских финансов в России и их интеграции с международными стандартами.
In this regard, there is a very special role of the Central Bank of Russia. Because of adoption of the federal law number 417, the legal grounds were laid for Islamic finance establishment in Russia and their integration with international standards.
Сегодня в реестр Центрального банка Российской Федерации входит 34 организации, осуществляющие деятельность по исламскому финансированию, среди которых крупнейшие банки страны и нашей республики, такие как Сбербанк, Акбарсбанк, Т-банк.
Today, the register of the Central Bank of the Russian Federation includes 34 organizations engaged in Islamic or partnership financing, including the largest banks in the country and our republic, such as Sberbank, T-Bank, and Akbarsbank.
Наши данные подтверждают существенный рост интереса к исламскому финансированию как граждан, так и бизнеса.
Our data confirms a significant increase in the interest of both citizens and businesses in partner in Islamic financing.
В целом, работа в сфере исламских финансов в Республике Татарстан ведется уже более 15 лет. Накоплен успешный опыт реализации отдельных проектов. Сегодня на рынке Татарстана присутствуют все основные продукты исламского финансирования, разработанные специалистами, сертифицированные в организации AAOIFI.
In general, work in the field of Islamic finance in the Republic of Tatarstan has been underway for more than 15 years, and successful experience in implementing individual projects has been accumulated. Today, all the main products of Islamic finance developed by specialists certified by the AAOIFI organization are present in the Tatarstan market.
Для дальнейшего развития исламского финансирования в нашей стране и расширение сотрудничества с исламскими странами, а также формирование данного рынка в России и странах СНГ, принято решение о создании представительского центра АИОФИ в городе Казани.
In order to further develop Islamic finance in our country and expand cooperation with Islamic countries, as well as to form this market in Russia and the CIS countries, it was decided to establish an AAOIFI representative center in Kazan.
Еще раз хочу поблагодарить руководство АИОФа и лично его превосходительство шейха Ибрагима бин Халифа аль-Халифа за принятое решение.
Once again, I would like to thank the leadership of AAOIFI and personally His Excellency Sheikh Ibrahim bin Khalifa al-Khalifa for this decision.
В целом, у нас с АИОФа налажено тесное взаимодействие на протяжении многих лет.
In general, AAOIFI and Republic have been working closely together for many years.
Татарстан давно сотрудничает с АИОФа. Казанский федеральный университет реализует аккредитованную магистерскую программу. Болгарская исламская академия, Российский исламский университет проводит обучение по стандартам организации.
Tatarstan has been cooperating with AAOIFI for a long time. Kazan Federal University implements an accredited master's degree program. The Bulgarian Islamic University and the Russian Islamic University conduct training according to the standards of the organization.
В Казани действуют центры тестирования АИОФа. В России и в Татарстане уже работают специалисты с данным сертификатом.
There are AAOIFI testing centers in Kazan. Specialists with this certificate are already working in Russia in Tatarstan. And for reference, from 12 specialists have been certified in Russia, 8 of them are from Tatarstan.
Важной задачей для нас сегодня является развитие взаимодействия с АИОФа, в том числе в части разработки постоянного регулирования в нашей стране, стандартизации финансовых инструментов, расширения продуктовой линейки.
An important task for us today is to develop cooperation with AAOIFI, including in terms of developing permanent regulation in our country, standardizing financial instruments, and expanding the product line.
Также хотелось бы отметить важность выстраивания сотрудничества со странами исламского мира по реализации совместных проектов, выхода татарстанских и российских организаций на международный рынок капитала.
I would also like to note the importance of building cooperation with the countries of the Islamic world on the implementation of joint projects and the entry of Tatarstan organizations into the international capital market.
В целом, в Республике Татарстан накоплен успешный опыт реализации отдельных проектов, основанных на принципах исламского финансирования. На сегодняшний день в Татарстане разработаны и реализуются операции по привлечению инвестиций через выпуск облигаций СУКУК. Реализован первый в России выпуск цифровой исламской облигации с привлечением финансирования.
In general, the Republic of Tatarstan has accumulated successful experience in implementing individual projects based on the principles of Islamic finance. To date, Tatarstan has developed and is implementing operations to attract investments through the issue of Sukuk bonds, and the first Russian issue of a digital Islamic bond with financing has been implemented.
Результаты развития рынка исламского финансирования в России подтверждают готовность российских компаний к взаимовыгодному сотрудничеству с потенциальными инвесторами.
The results of the development of the Islamic finance market in Russia confirm the willingness of Russian companies to mutually beneficial cooperations with potential investors.
Уважаемые участники конференции,
Dear conference participants,
в заключение еще раз хочу поблагодарить вас за возможность выступить на столь престижном форуме в Бахрейне и пожелать всем участникам успехов и плодотворной работы. Шукран.
in conclusion, I would like to thank you once again for the opportunity to speak at such a prestigious forum in Bahrain and wish all participants success and fruitful work. Shukran.
You've just heard from His Excellency Mr. Shejia Khamitov Mithat Raskatovich, the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Economy of the Republic of Tatarstan. And I sincerely thank him for his enlightening remarks, which have definitely added so much grace and depth to the proceedings as we move forward. We have amongst us another highly distinguished and esteemed personality, and it's my pleasure to invite him to the stage and request him for his keynote speech. He is the Governor and Chairman of Palestine Monetary Authority, His Excellency Mr. Yahya Shunar.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Allow me to say a few words in Arabic. It's very emotional to be in Bahrain after 8 years of leaving Bahrain. I have lived the best 10 years of my life in Bahrain. Bahrain has given me a lot as mentors in the different banking industry and as the people of Bahrain. While we are here convening in this conference, colleagues of mine, the head of intelligence and the Minister of Foreign Affairs are participating in the Manama dialogue. So Bahrain really is giving us a lot under the wisdom of King Hamad and the Prime Minister Salman. Allow me to say a few words in English here. Your Excellency Sheikh Ibrahim bin Khalifa Al Khalifa, Chairman of AAOIFI, Dr. Sami Suilam, Acting Director General of Islamic Development Bank Institute, Mr. Omar Mustafa Ansari, Secretary General of AAOIFI, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. At a pivotal moment in the history of Islamic finance industry, where the authenticity of our principles meets the rapid pace of modern innovation, the 20th AAOIFI-IsDB Annual Conference convenes under a theme that embodies both challenge and opportunity: Islamic finance in the era of artificial intelligence. It is a great honor and a privilege to be among you today in this esteemed gathering that brings together the leading thinkers and architects of Islamic finance to shape its future and strengthen its contribution to sustainable global economic development. Distinguished guests, as we look ahead to the future, we must first pause and reflect on the lessons that shaped our journey. Over the decades, our industry has proven that it's not merely an alternative. It is rooted and distinctive choice. Its ability to withstand global financial crises, including the one in 2008, was no accident. Its ability to withstand a global financial crisis, including the one in Palestine, it is an inevitable result. Its strong foundations, real estate-based, risk-sharing, and steadfast avoidance of destructive speculation. Today, that resilience shines even more clearly amid one of the gravest humanitarian and economic crises in Palestine. Despite the devastation and immense losses caused by the war, Islamic financial institutions continue to uphold their vital role as a lifeline of the economy. Guided by the businesses in their most challenging moments, this is more than performance. It is a living proof that Islamic finance is not only resilient in times of crisis, but also profoundly human, serving people first and foremost. Distinguished guests, today we face a challenge of a different kind, a challenge not framed as an economic crisis, but as an extraordinary opportunity for growth and innovation. The revolution of artificial intelligence and financial technology. This challenge poses a fundamental question: how can we harness these advanced technologies to enhance our efficiency and reach without compromising the Sharia identity that lies at the heart of our existence? The potential of artificial intelligence is concrete and within our reach. Looking ahead, future initiatives could include robo-advisor providing personalized investment solutions fully compliant with Sharia for millions of clients. AI algorithms scanning thousands of transactions per second to ensure complete Sharia compliance, reducing cost and enhancing accuracy. Intelligent risk management system that can predict the performance of murabaha and ijara financing with unprecedented precision, safeguarding the fund of depositors and shareholders. Advanced platforms of automatic zakat calculation based on financial data, enabling individuals and businesses to fulfill this essential obligation with ease and confidence. Yet, alongside this opportunity come profound challenges. How do we ensure that AI-driven decisions, sometimes made within black box, are free from uncertainty and ambiguity? How do we prevent biased data from leading to unfair discrimination against certain groups of clients? And do we need a new Sharia interpretation to understand the nature of contracts concluded by machines? Distinguished guests, this is where the pivotal and strategic role of Sharia supervisory bodies come into play. Their role can no longer be limited to approval and compliance. It must involve into that of the architect, planner, and engineer of this digital transformation. I call upon our esteemed Sharia boards to be at the heart of innovation, to collaborate with developers and data scientists, and to pave the way for creation of fully digital Islamic products, not merely digital replicas of traditional offering. And here comes the role of strategic partner we celebrate today between the Accounting and the Auditing Organization for Islamic Financial Institution, AAOIFI, and the Islamic Development Bank, ISDB. The role of AAOIFI is to provide the intellectual regulatory framework for this new era, setting standards for data governance, AI ethics, and Sharia compliance controls for algorithms. The role of the ISDB is to translate these standards into tangible reality by financing pioneering projects, supporting startup in Islamic fintech, and disseminating best practice across its member countries. This collaboration serves as the driving engine that will steer our industry toward broader horizons. In conclusion, I recommend that the outcome of this conference serve as a clear and actionable roadmap. Let us agree today to launch joint initiatives and establish working groups comprising scholars, technologies, and bankers to ensure that our industry is not only keep pace with innovation, but leads it, offering the world model of intelligence, responsible and ethical finance. Finally, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to AAOIFI and ISDB for organizing this important event, and extend my heartfelt thanks and appreciation to His Excellency Sheikh Ibrahim bin Khalifa Al Khalifa and for his warm reception. With the highest regards and respect, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Yahya Shunar, Governor and Chairman of Palestine Monetary Authority, for keeping the momentum going with such a constructive message. You've definitely given us something to think about and do. Okay, I equally take great pride in introducing the next keynote speaker, a speaker who represents one of the founding father institutions of AAOIFI. Please join me in welcoming an Islamic finance intellectual. He is the Acting Director General of Islamic Development Bank Institute, Dr. Sami Suilam.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. On behalf of the Islamic Development Bank, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the 20th Annual Islamic Banking and Finance Conference, a flagship event organized jointly by AAOIFI and the Islamic Development Bank. We gather today to reflect on a topic that is not only shaping the landscape of finance globally, but also holds tremendous promise for the Islamic financial sector, the transformative power of technology in enhancing the key features of Islamic finance to bring in stability, resilience, and productivity to our economies. Nobel laureate Joseph Stiglitz once remarked that debt financing without bankruptcy is like Hamlet without the prince. Or to borrow from our culture, it's like Qais without Layla. Bankruptcy is not a minor footnote in the story of modern finance. It is a central character in debt financing, shaping incentives, costs, risks for both private and public sectors. Although debt financing is the norm today, its hidden social costs loom large. Bankruptcy procedures require the march of armies of lawyers, prosecutors, judges, courts, and law enforcement officers. The public bears the bulk of the cost of these armies. This is not just an issue of efficiency. It is a public policy problem. The resources spent on bankruptcy procedures are ultimately paid for by society at large, whether through taxes, higher transaction costs, or more cumbersome regulations. The number of large US corporate bankruptcies in the first half of 2025 is the highest since the global financial crisis. Several studies have estimated the deadweight loss associated with bankruptcy, often framing it as the proportion of firm value irretrievably lost due to legal, administrative, and asset devaluation costs during insolvency. Typical estimates of the direct deadweight loss from corporate bankruptcy are about 3 to 5% of the pre-distress value of the business and up to 30% loss of value in indirect costs. Moreover, studies indicate that towns and regions with increased business bankruptcies experience marked declines in economic productivity, increased unemployment, and greater reliance on social welfare programs, demonstrating the destructive ripple effects of insolvencies well beyond the initially affected business. Most bankruptcy procedures result in the complete liquidation of business assets and permanent closure. Even reorganizations of distressed firms often result in permanent job losses and reduced productive capacity. The erosion of business networks, reputational capital, and local economic vitality can take years to rebuild or may even never fully recover. In sum, the process of bankruptcy destroys substantial economic value above and beyond transfers between creditors and debtors. Avoiding or reducing these deadweight costs is a direct social and economic gain. The bias toward debt financing arises mainly from two sources, one regulatory, the other behavioral. The regulatory environment gives a tax advantage for debt. Debt interest is tax deductible while equity returns are usually subject to double taxation. This distorts market incentives, steering firms to over-leverage, not because it is optimal, but because fiscal rules subsidize it. The behavioral source of the tendency The behavioral source is the tendency to prioritize self-interest over the common good. When each investor seeks the lowest individual risk with minimum due diligence, debt becomes the predominant form of financing. But then, paradoxically, it becomes the most expensive for society. This is the well-known tragedy of the commons problem. The bias toward debt makes equity riskier and thus more expensive, reinforcing the bias and creating a debt trap that threatens the economy's growth and stability. This is where the principles of Islamic finance provide a compelling way out of this vicious cycle. Risk sharing not only promotes social responsibility, but by its very nature is designed to avoid the value-destroying cliff edge of bankruptcy. Risk sharing allocates business risk to investors who are generally better informed and better diversified than the average citizen. This reduces the likelihood that public institutions are called upon to resolve private risk miscalculations. An economy that encourages risk sharing thus reclaims public resources and enhances systemic resilience. While the principles of Islamic finance are essential, they are not sufficient. We need to translate these principles into proper policy metrics to limit the deadweight loss of debt financing. This includes formulating a neutral tax treatment of debt and equity, setting limits on debt equity and debt assets ratios, supporting the development of alternative financial products that have built-in contract-based loss absorption, and promoting techniques for quantifying business worthiness to complement the common credit worthiness ratings. The successful implementation of these metrics is where modern technologies, especially AI, can play a major role. Modern AI systems can assess business prospects in real time using large heterogeneous data sets, monitor ongoing business performance, and market risk more accurately and cheaply than traditional due diligence allows, detect anomalies, fraud, and early warning sign before they escalate to potential loss events or insolvency. More importantly, advanced technologies serve to enhance the integration of finance with the real economy. This integration helps bridge information and incentive gaps and thus capitalizes on synergies between the two domains. Several studies by the IMF and others show that the real sector is generally more resilient than the conventional financial sector. The integration of the two, therefore, should make the overall economy more stable and more productive. Let me conclude by rephrasing Joseph Stiglitz' remark: Islamic finance without risk sharing is like Hamlet without the prince, or it's like Qais without Layla. Thank you for listening. Wassalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Dr. Sami Suilam, Acting Director General, Islamic Development Bank Institute, for those profound thoughts, which are only going to spark new ideas and new initiatives. It's always a pleasure to have you here with us as we continue to benefit from your wealth of knowledge and experience. Continuing on that note, it's my pleasure to invite the Secretary General of AAOIFI, Mr. Omar Mustafa Ansari.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. Honorable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Economy of the Republic of Tatarstan, His Excellency Midhat Shaghitamov, His Excellency Yahya Shunar, Governor, Palestine Monetary Authority, His Excellency Dr. Sami Suilam, Acting Director General, Islamic Development Bank Institute, Your Excellency Sheikh Ibrahim bin Khalifa Al Khalifa, Chairman, AAOIFI Board of Trustees, His Excellency Mr. Abdul Karim, Executive Director, Central Bank of Pakistan, Central Bank of Bahrain, dignitaries, scholars, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu, and very good morning to all of you. I will start with a warm welcome to all of you for being here in Bahrain. We have nearly 1,200 plus physical registrations. Some of them could not make it. We have processed this time nearly 400 visas. Some of them got delayed. We are aware that some of them could not make it. But this speaks of the level of confidence, alhamdulillah, that AOIFI is enjoying from the Islamic finance industry and its stakeholders, regulators, institutions from around the globe. This is indeed actually a pleasure to have a personal opportunity to meet all of you this time, like always. And on behalf of AOIFI's team, I would like to thank you all for all of this support that you have. I do not want to take too much time. I just want to have a very quick update on some of the things that we are doing that you must all, or you all must be interested in. So just wanted to mention that alhamdulillah, your institution has been working on a very fast track with zeal and enthusiasm on most of the activities. Each of the activity, obviously, if I try to summarize, it won't be I won't be able to manage it within the given time that is for this opening ceremony. But I would like to mention that on almost every direction, the work is going on with alhamdulillah, with good speed. The main and the most important function with regard to the standard setting, alhamdulillah, we have already 127 standards in place. And by end of the year, inshallah, you expect that 9 more standards will be standards and technical pronouncements. Couple of them will be statements. So this will be issued before end of the year. We are almost ready for with all of that. It's a good news and a bad news because at times, we are all having this criticism also that AOIFI is becoming very strict or making the things stricter. But I would like to assure you that every single step in the standard setting that we are trying to do is done with the wholehearted investment of the industry altogether. At this point of time, we have nearly 450 people from industry across the globe, nearly from 40 plus countries that are part of our technical boards, our committees, our working groups, and other initiatives, including the research and development initiatives that we have more recently started, thanks to all the supporters that are supporting that. But particularly, I would like to thank the Central Bank of Bahrain and the Islamic Development Bank Group, particularly the Islamic Development Bank Institute, for supporting all of these activities. Without that, and without support of all these people who literally work for nothing, they work for without any honorariums, they devote their time. And this is the most valuable time because that is the time of the most senior people, most senior experts, scholars that is available for this task without any cost, without any charges. So we are thankful to all of them for helping us in continuing this opportunity. We are with this conference holding a capacity building week like we did for last 2 years. Alhamdulillah, there are people joining from multiple countries physically as well as online. We want to enhance this activity going forward as well. Maybe with the upcoming Sharia conference, we'll increase the number of workshops as well. That is part of our plan. You will be happy to know that we have added a little bit of our own physical training facility with hybrid facilities as well. Thanks to all the supporters that we are able to take these things forward as well. With regard to the capacity building, I would like to update that we have revamped recently. Our education board, AOIFI's education board, has approved the revamped programs for the SIPA, CSAA. We are bringing back CSAA program. Some of you might be already aware through the social media posts and our announcements that the CSAA program, which was highly in demand, it has been brought back with enhancements and improvements. And inshallah, it is going to be available this year onwards in multiple languages as well. We are happy to announce that even the SIPA program and its routes are enhanced, improved, and the total time required for completing the SEPA program is reduced. This is, I think, one of the most important initiatives that we have taken more recently. Anybody interested in more information, they can take information from the AAOIFI's booth for yourselves and your institutions. With regard to capacity building, one very important thing is that our e-learning platform is ready and is launched. That is, again, something that you will feel that, again, we are moving towards the direction that what they say that the taste of the pudding is in its eating. So the point is that developing the standards might not be enough till the time you are not able to develop the right people across the globe, not only at one location, who are able to better understand and implement those standards. So Alhamdulillah, this activity is also in a very advanced stage, means that some of the programs like CPFAST program and CPSS program, which is equivalent to the respective modules of the SEPA and CSA programs as well. This is all Alhamdulillah ready and launched. You can have access to that. And Alhamdulillah, we are now having some bank level or institution level registrations, or we are even working at a country level with some of the jurisdictions as well. Alhamdulillah. And we hope that these things will be going better. Just one last thing that I would like to, because of limitation of time, but last thing that I would like to touch upon is our global outreach. Alhamdulillah, global outreach can be seen through the number of regulators and jurisdictions that are adopting AAOIFI's standards. That is, Alhamdulillah, 50 plus regulators in nearly 40 countries that in one or another form adopt at least one set of the AAOIFI standards. Not only this, we are expanding in multiple directions, which means that we are carrying out international conferences in different regions. Like, for example, we conducted Islamic Capital Market Conference with the Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan. We conducted Global Conference on Islamic Finance with the Republic of Tatarstan. We are planning additional similar events with other jurisdictions as well to enhance the access of the AAOIFI on one side and people's access towards AAOIFI on the other side. But this is, I would say, not enough. We are expanding our regional collaboration work with different jurisdictions as well. Idea is that being a truly global organization, you have to expand yourself in all directions, through all means, and in all avenues, inshallah. With that, I would like to thank you all for being here today. We wish you that you have a pleasant stay in Bahrain. We wish you safe flights going back home. We would like to encourage that all the regulators, particularly, I believe that nearly 20 plus regulators are here. There are additional institutions who have already requested us to have meetings with the Secretariat team or Honorable the Chairman. So we would like to request that that we can have use this opportunity of meeting here as an opportunity to expand the collaboration. Some of the meetings are already fixed, but we have requested our team to coordinate meetings with all the significant stakeholders who are here. With that, thank you very much once again. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Yeah, I'd like to sincerely thank all the keynote speakers for being here with us and sharing such invaluable insights and perspectives. Your contributions have definitely set the stage and laid the foundation for the discussions to follow. With that, we now move on to the memento distribution ceremony, which is a small but meaningful gesture of our appreciation to all the keynote speakers and all the sponsors for their incredible support in making this conference possible. For this, may I first request His Excellency Sheikh Ibrahim bin Khalifa Al Khalifa, Chairman of the AAOIFI Board of Trustees, to kindly join me on stage. First, allow me to invite our distinguished guests, or rather keynote speakers, to the stage to receive their memento. I would like to begin by requesting His Excellency Mr. Shejia Khametov Midkhat, Raskatovich to kindly step forward and receive a token of our appreciation. His Excellency is the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Economy of the Republic of Tatarstan. We now welcome His Excellency Mr. Yahya Shunar to join us on the stage and accept his memento. His Excellency is the Governor and Chairman of Palestine Monetary Authority. May I now call upon Ms. Khawla Ahmad Hassan Ibrahim. She is the Director at Islamic Banking and Credit Institutions Supervision at Central Bank of Bahrain. And finally, I would like to call upon the conference co-host, Dr. Sami Suilam, Acting Director General of Islamic Development Bank Institute. Sorry. Next, I would like to call upon the conference major sponsors. And first of all, from Kuwait Finance House Bahrain, Dr. Shadi Zaran. He is the Group Chief Executive Officer. Next, I would like to call upon Mrs. Amal Abubakar. She's the head of HR, Jamhuriya Bank from Libya. Okay. I believe Mrs. Amal is also going to present His Excellency Sheikh Ibrahim with a memento of her own. A note of thanks and gratitude to the Saudi National Bank. Unfortunately, we do not have a representative of this bank here in this conference. But we now move on to the gold partner category. And first of all, I would like to invite Ms. Fatima Al-Alawi. She is the Chief Executive Officer of Bahrain Islamic Bank. Mr. Abdul Malik Mazhar, he is the Group Head of Compliance, Governance and Board Affairs in MLRO at Al Baraka Group. From Khaliji Bank, we have Mr. Mohammed Abdullah Saleh. From DDCAP, we have the GCC Regional Director, Mr. Hussein Al Khaja. And from DMCC, Dubai Multi-Commodity Center, we have the Head of Financial Services, Mr. Patrick Ghata. And finally, Abu Dhabi Islamic Bank is also the gold partner. Okay, so you are clapping, but unfortunately, the person is not here with us. Okay, Your Excellency, you may take your seat now. Thank you. Yeah, I did. Yes. Okay, we now proceed to the agreements or MOU signing ceremony. I think you have to set the tables and the chair. Okay. Your Excellency, we need you once again, kindly join us on stage. This is for the agreement signing. Your Excellency, Sheikh Ibrahim, if you can kindly join me on stage. The first agreement to be signed today is between AAOIFI and the government of Tatarstan, which is going to be represented by the Ministry of Economy. For this, it's my privilege to invite His Excellency, Mr. Shejia Khamitov Midkhat Raskatovich to the stage. This agreement actually underscores the commitment of both the parties for the development of Islamic finance ecosystem, not only in the Republic of Tatarstan, but the wider CIS region. And we are going to achieve this through the establishment of an AAOIFI Center for Islamic Finance Development in Kazan. We are now going to have a signing of a memorandum of understanding between AAOIFI and Kuwait Finance House, Bahrain. For this, it's my pleasure to invite Dr. Shadi Zahran to the stage. He is the Group Chief Executive Officer of Kuwait Finance House. Through this MOU, AAOIFI will provide capacity building services to the bank, primarily through its e-learning portal. AAOIFI is also signing an MOU with Bahrain Institute of Banking and Finance, which is a training institute affiliated with the Central Bank of Bahrain. For this signing, please join me in welcoming Dr. Ahmed Al-Sheikh to join us on the stage. Dr. Ahmed is the Chief Executive Officer of BIBF. Okay, so this MOU establishes a broad collaboration between AAOIFI and BIBF, including capacity building for the local and international Islamic finance community, especially in the area of AAOIFI standards. Finally, AAOIFI is also signing an MOU with the General Council for Islamic Banks and Financial Institutions, or CIBAFI. And for this signing, please join me in requesting Mr. Hamza Bawazi to join us on stage. Mr. Hamza Bawazi is the Secretary General of CIBAFI. Okay, done. Yes. Yeah, sure.
Just want to tell you one word about that gentleman. Do you know how many people BIBF train every year in Bahrain? Anybody have a guess? 40,000, 43,000 in training. Do you know how many people they have trained here since we established this? 400,000. But he don't want to announce. Now we are also training, AAOIFI training inside them, +3 inside our offices. The other day I went and I see all those people, what they're doing. They said there is 20 here, 30 here, 40 here. Then that's maximum. We cannot do any more. You know what we'll do? We'll give it all to Dr. Suilam. and thank you very much. I will go for a... Okay.
Okay, before we conclude this opening ceremony and break for coffee and exhibition, kindly just stay with us for the next 5 minutes or so, as we are going to proceed with the launch of a major publication from Islamic Development Bank Institute and the London Stock Exchange Group. And for this, may I request Dr. Sami Suilam to please kindly join us on stage. And with him, may I also request Mr. Mustafa Adil from London Stock Exchange Group, if you can also kindly join us on stage. Mr. Yahya Ur-Rahman and Brother Abuzar, if you are also here, please join us on stage. Dr. Sami, if you like to say a few words about the publication before we run the video.
Thank you, Brother Farhan. This report is a joint effort between the Islamic Development Bank Institute and the London Stock Exchange Group. Now, don't be fooled by London Stock Exchange. They do so many things other than stock exchange. The topic of this series of reports is about economic traps or economic development traps that could hinder the progress of our member countries and how Islamic finance can help our member countries to overcome these traps. This is the first part of a 6 series of reports. We are very proud of these very hardworking group that have been jointly working on this report from London Stock Exchange and from our colleagues at the Institute. It shows that Islamic finance goes beyond the standard forms of financial products to actually addressing development problems that could face our member countries. Thank you very much.
Are our member countries realizing their full potential, or are they caught in cycles that hinder progress? The Islamic Development Bank Institute and the London Stock Exchange Group have joined forces to explore these critical questions, introducing development traps and the role of Islamic finance, an in-depth report series designed to provide early warning signals and actionable solutions for ISDB member countries. This publication is the first in the comprehensive series of reports on development traps in ISDB member countries. Subsequent reports present deep dive analyses on specific traps. In this report, our research identifies 5 key development traps that are particularly relevant to ISDB member countries. Many nations struggle to transition to high-income status. The report identifies that 60% of ISDB member countries remain in the low and middle income brackets. Despite being rich in resources, holding 65% of global oil reserves, this assimilative wealth of the ISDB member countries doesn't always translate into diversified economic development. Many ISDB member countries encounter over-reliance on small enterprises that face huge barriers. These businesses are vital, forming 90% of the world's businesses, but often lack access to credit and data. Excessive public debt can cripple a nation's finances. 21 ISDB member countries have debt levels that exceed 60% of GDP threshold, straining resources for health and education. Falling behind in innovation leads to reduced productivity. On average, productivity growth in member countries has lagged behind the global average level. So, how do we address these complex challenges? Our reports use a clear, structured framework. We ask, what is the trap? How can it be mitigated? When is the right time for intervention? And what specific actions and policies are needed? A unique part of the solution lies within Islamic finance. Its principles of risk-sharing, asset-backed financing, and ethical investment are perfectly aligned with sustainable development. The report suggests using Islamic finance instruments to explore ways to escape the traps and build resilient economies. Our report recommends country-specific assessments, stronger governance, capacity building, better blended finance access, and inclusive policies for all stakeholders. This report series is more than just an analysis. It's a roadmap to a more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable future. Join us on this journey. Read the introductory report today and prepare for the required interventions.
This now concludes the opening ceremony of the 20th AAOIFI-IsDB Islamic Banking and Finance Conference. We will now take a 30-minute exhibition and coffee break. So see you after that to begin the first session of the day. Can we close the doors, please? Salman, can you close the door? Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. And a very warm welcome to all of you for the session 1. The topic of the session is integrating AI in Islamic finance operations and services. And for that, may I invite the chairman of the session, Mr. Farooq Raza, Group CEO and co-founder, IFAS, and member and the chairman of AAOIFI Governance and Ethics Board, Kingdom of Bahrain. Farooq. And the panelists may also invite Mr. Ashar Nazim, Chief Executive Officer, EON Digital, Kingdom of Bahrain. Mr. Yahya Alimur Rahman, Global Lead Islamic Finance Advisory Knowledge Solutions, Islamic Development Bank Institute, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Welcome, Brother Yahya. May I also invite Mr. Rustum Vakhitov, Associated International Tax Partner, Crown, Kazakhstan, and Netherlands. Mr. Nasir Al-Awadi, Head of Digital Banking, Bahrain Islamic Bank, Kingdom of Bahrain. Welcome, Brother Nasir. And lastly, Mr. Syed Amir Ali, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Mizan Bank, Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Over to you, Brother Farooq. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Brother Siddiq. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. It gives me an immense pleasure to be here again, in this very auspicious conference and, discussing a very interesting and a very challenging topic as well. So we all know that currently the world is going through an exponential, outburst, I would say, of technologies where things are changing very fast. The horizons are, now blurring, and all sorts of technologies, but mainly the artificial intelligence is actually bringing a huge change to the world. Every single individual seems to be affected in one way or other, and every single institution is also exposed to this, very, I would say, disrupting technology that has actually taken the world by storm. An example of this is just this conference. Last year, I remember we had one session on AI, right? This year, I see that AAOIFI has put the main theme of the conference, the whole conference is actually themed around AI. This is what shows us that what has happened in 12 months, how significant artificial intelligence has become, and how much impact can it have on the industry that we are operating in. So no need to say, how artificial intelligence is making, things different for everyone in an everyday life. The students are working, are using artificial intelligence for doing their homework, whereas, healthcare professionals, they are using it, for diagnostics, for surgeries, for everything else, and so on and so forth. The software development, and Brother Asher is from software development industry. He knows that, things have changed a lot, and, those days are gone now where, coding and all those things were, big challenges and complicated and costly processes. Now it has actually become, much easier and cheaper to do, the same coding through artificial intelligence and so on and so forth. And of course, through all these changes, finance as a whole, has been actually affected significantly, where we see, the use of artificial intelligence around the world, in the banks, in all sorts of financial institutions, using the, this technology to do different types of things, whether it's optimizing their operational efficiency, whether it's innovation and product development, whether it's credit underwriting and collections and so on and so forth. So it's making a huge change. Now, all this is good and this is very exciting, but our topic today, of this session is actually what does this all mean to Islamic finance, right? We are an industry that is very deeply rooted in the tradition and in the values of Sharia, right? So the ethical and the religious side of the industry is actually the cornerstone. Now, how that cornerstone is actually going to be affected by artificial intelligence, and is it really something in it for us? So I was given this brief, for the session by the conference organizers, by AAOIFI Secretariat, and that brief actually claimed that AI is going to be a transformative force for Islamic finance industry, particularly in the operational aspects of the industry within its different sectors. So this is something that I would like to challenge today. And I think those who know me in the audience, I don't take things on their face value. I always try to have a different view. So I want to challenge this this assumption that there is something in Islamic, in AI for Islamic finance. I want to know what exactly it is. So, it's not something, a hypothetical approach that I want to have, but it's more actually digging out from the inside and seeing what does it mean in practice, whether there is an opportunity for us to develop, a new business model, a new model of Islamic finance that can actually appeal to, still a lot of Muslim population is still sitting outside Islamic finance. They are sitting on the fence. They are not convinced, or it's not accessible to them, or for whatever reason. Can we bring them into the fold of Islamic finance through the use of artificial intelligence? And can we make it more attractive and plausible also for the non-Muslim, communities as well? How's that going to happen? Or, are we really going to do things that we haven't done so far, in Islamic finance that we all talk about, risk sharing, reward sharing, justice, fairness, all that? Can we enhance all these things, with the help of artificial intelligence? Or are we just going to see artificial intelligence bots, completing the tabarruk transactions? Is this what we are looking for, or is it something else? So I'll try to find the proof of this pudding in the discussion today, for which I have a very esteemed panel here. We have Brother Asher Nazim, from Aeon Digital. Mashallah, he is a geek, very well known in the region, who has led digital transformation and a lot of technology that he has brought to the region. He is also at the forefront of AI. We would like to know from him. Then we have Brother Yahya Alimur Rahman from Islamic Development Bank Institute, the big brother for the Islamic finance industry. So we want to know from him. And then we have some regional representations as well. We have Dr. Rustam Bakhitov from Russia, who will be talking about some practical experience that he has already brought in AI and its application. And then we have two banks, Bahrain Islamic Bank, represented by Brother Nasser Al-Awadi, who will tell us about what his bank is doing in terms of artificial intelligence. And then finally, we have the Deputy CEO of Mizan Bank, Pakistan's largest bank, that's Dr. Syed Amir Ali, who will also talk about his own experience and the AI proposition that his bank has in the market. So with that, we start. And my first question, I'm going to put it to Brother Asher Nazim. So, Brother Asher, Islamic banks today still earn over 80% of their income from short-term, low-risk financing, right? Mainly Murabaha. And I'm using the term Murabaha as a disguise. While the real economy sectors that we are meant to serve, they remain underfinanced. So if AI can now make risk assessment, portfolio monitoring, and early warning systems 10 times more intelligent and efficient, what stops us as an industry from shifting our balance sheets meaningfully from what we are doing now to longer term, real asset based and SME driven financing. How soon that can happen in practical form?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you so much. It's a heavy loaded question. Let me address it in three terms. What has changed today for the industry that gives us a new lease of life in terms of reinventing ourselves? Two, why is it important? What's at stake? And three, what's stopping us or what needs to change for us to get there? So in terms of the new developments, game-changing developments, if I have to identify two, one is open banking and the second is a compute power, right? Open banking, what that does is it allows, for example, in the context of SMEs or individuals, it allows banks to have a 360 view of the cash profile of that institute, of that business. So with a stroke of a button, you can get down to the source of truth and understand in the last 3 years, 5 years, how has this business been getting its cash inflows from what sources, when, how, what are the stress levels and so forth, and how have they been spending? Is it in payroll? Is it in personal expenses? Is it in inventory and so forth? So with a stroke of a button, they get full access to all this data without relying on their financial statements of the SMEs. Now, that's a game changer. It's a game changer because it allows banks to assess, price, and manage risk in a very different way than it's been done before, number one. Number two, on top of it, the compute power as a result of, we were in deep analytics, now it's gone to BI, then machine learning, and then AI models out there, which are helping you to understand when that business could go into stress and default and what needs to be done, for example. And really, how much bankable they are, what kind of, price, risk, facility to be given to them. So both open banking and machine learning and AI models have completely changed the game, number one. Number two, why is it not an option anymore for us? By the way, and it has been democratized and it is down there. It can be implemented very easily at the bank level, especially when it comes to underwriting and credit decisioning engines and so forth. Now, what's at stake? Today, the industry has about $1.5 trillion in assets. Top banks have about $1 trillion in deposits, $900 billion in financing, of which less than 10% is in SME sector. Now, SME sector produces 70-80% of the jobs in any market. Imagine if this moves from 10% to 20% as a result of these new technologies, that's another 180 billion USD that comes into the SME financing space. Take it to 50%, and that is roughly around 470, 500 billion USD. Massive, right? So really the problem is not liquidity, it's not cash, it's not capital, right? So, and it has an impact. It has an impact, this amount of transition from 10 to 20% or to 50%, which is now doable, will have an impact in terms of job creation, 5 to 6 million jobs, and another 100 billion annual addition to the GDPs, right? So, and not just that, also to the shareholders of banks, that's 2 to 3 billion USD or a 2 to 3% uplift in shareholder value that you're talking about, on the ROE you're talking about. So what's at stake is massive. What needs to be done? I'll leave a couple of thoughts. One is we as a banking industry are still busy in automation and a little bit of digitization. Number two, it all comes down to us all, right? Leadership. At the board level, I would argue that you need people, at least strong representation, who can read the AI models, the data dashboards, who can challenge every action, what real economic impact it has on the economy, right? We need board members who can read data models as fluently as they can read balance sheet, right? And we need to look inside ourselves that, if we are the right candidate. Similarly, at the management level, what we need is the coders, the designers, the behavioral economists to sit beside the Sharia scholars and the risk officers and not in silos, because you're talking about a new business model that's in the making. So tomorrow's conversation is not going to be about how big a branch network I've got. It'll be about how smart is my decision engine. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Brother Asher. Now, what you said, I think is very good and it's clear. But there are two things emerging from here. If you allow me, I want to take this discussion a little bit further. So first thing is that you are saying that, the people sitting in the board and in the senior management, they shall be able to read the data models as good as they are with the balance sheets, right? So what is actually that you are proposing here? So do you want, the board members to be replaced, which, is a very, I think, sensitive matter? Or are you suggesting that the board members need to equip themselves with the knowledge and with the skills that are required in order to start reading those models?
No, 100%, and I remember about 10, 15 years back, many of the banks in the West, for example, they added a board member who understood how, for example, the likes of, Google's and, Apple experience and all that stuff was working at the execution level. So they added that expertise to the board. And so here, what you're looking is not for more experience, but people with more curiosity.
Okay, thank you. The second point is that, you have been in this digital space for a long time. We have seen in the industry that, despite all the efforts, the Islamic financial institutions, like many other conventional institutions, are also still struggling with digital transformation. And now we see the tsunami of, artificial intelligence, which has actually taken the industry, I think, much faster than digital. So, the institutions that are not, fully stable with the digital side, how are they going to embrace artificial intelligence in a constructive way?
Excellent point. And surprisingly, the answer is super simple. So today, for example, we work with a Silicon Valley company called Encota. Now, what Encota has done is it has brought a new technology that allows you to work with messy, broken, siloed data. You are no longer waiting for spending millions in data warehouse and then data lake so that the source of truth first translates into warehouse lake and then into BI, ML, and AI models. They are working with messy data, and we are building AI models on top of that to help customers, to help banks say, I'll give you a simple example. In Saudi, we are working right now. And one Saudi bank was growing its, for example, a POS finance portfolio. It had to grow from X to Y. And at the current rate, it was growing by 30, 40% only. And we went in there and we were able to, again, look at their data models, 150,000 leads coming in. They used to apply Microsoft, Excel, VLOOK, narrow it down to 85,000, take for 5,000 and then distribute to their branches, direct call centers and direct sales force, right? And the conversion rate was what? 5 to 7%. Now imagine, you've done all the hard work to bring the customer to your branches, to your apps, and the conversion rate is less than 10%. International average is 20 to 30%. What can you do to change that? And again, looking at, forget AI, I'm talking about even machine learning models, right? Looking at that, we were able to overlay 30, 40, 45 variables. And we were able to comment that, for example, if there's a business being run by a lady in her 40s and the business size is this much and in this particular sector, then the probability of default is way lower than exactly the same business being done, for example, in an eastern province by a different demographic person and so forth. And therefore, the bank was able to look at that 85,000 leads and short it down to 5,000 leads with a conversion rate of about 30%. Now, think about it, sales activation. Same goes for customer retention. Many of the time, banks look at their credit card portfolio. The prepayment is a huge risk. I'm talking about simple examples. Prepayment is a big risk. Yeah, the other bank calls you, you shift your balance. Immediately, the call comes to you. Please stay with us. Here's the counter offer. Too late. Now you have those behavioral pattern, and you can predict this 3 months, 6 months ahead of time. Same goes for early warning system. You do not have to wait for the bad loans to happen. If, for example, you're giving financing against POS, right? POS finance, right? So cash flow lending, then you don't have to wait till month end to understand if he will be able to pay me 2 cents to every dollar that he has, or has the sales dropped. And if the sales has dropped, then your contract can allow for a higher deduction, for example, 5 cents to a dollar, for example, right? I mean, etc. So again, the default risk, the origination process and cost, there's a dramatic shift that's come our way. And we don't have to wait to spend millions of dollars in 3 years to correct our data system before we start on this. So we can leave, again, I go back, experimental mindset is important, right? And banks who are able to go that direction, win fast, fail fast, I think we'll see them leapfrog.
Thank you. Thank you, Brother Asher. Right, Yahya, Islamic Development Bank has been involved in the development of Islamic finance for more than 50 years now. So last year we celebrated your 50th anniversary. What role do you see AI playing in facilitating this role? And what are the risks associated, to that activity?
Thank you, Brother Farooq. And first of all, it's a pleasure to be here. And I'm glad, as you mentioned in your opening remarks, that AI from one session has become now the theme of the conference. So it is ubiquitous. Now, every time you open any app, there is someone trying to either draft something for you or summarize something for you, or so even as a user, you see that, AI is trying to, get in touch with you. Now, as the Islamic Development Bank, we have a slightly unique mandate amongst the MDBs in that Islamic finance is one of our key pillars. And recently, the Islamic Development Bank, as part of its 10-year strategy framework, has included AI as part of its own operational efficiency and a lot of the things that are being mentioned, in terms of the benefits. And we've been hearing this from all the speakers, from the keynote speeches, from compliance, from regulation, from Sharia, from audit, from customization, personalization of products, in terms of outreach, inclusion, etc. And that is all good. But for us as a development institution and enabler of the Islamic finance industry, we feel that even Islamic finance is a means to an end. And so should AI be. It should be a means to an end. And we have always been suggesting and proposing that technology is a key enabler to leapfrog. I think this is what Brother Ashraf was saying, is that you don't really have to go through the same curve. In fact, you can jump the curve and skip, some of the things that the previous people had to do, based on the capabilities that technology gives to you. However, what is important is that any technology or any tool, just like a knife can be used for a gourmet dinner, it can equally be used to stab someone. So I think we have to be mindful and careful, and this is where the safeguards of the industry and the regulators and the global architecture for Islamic finance, and this is where the role of the Islamic infrastructure institutions like IOFI and IFSB come into play, to ensure that regulations and safeguards are in place, so that there are the winners of the technology and there are the losers of the technology. So while some people can maximize the profit and the benefit from this, there could be people that could be left behind or who could suffer at the end of it. So it's very important, one, to invest both on the regulatory side, also in building the capacity of the right people, because usually the people that are best placed to benefit from the technology don't necessarily are the people that you want in society, that they need to be uplifted.
Yeah.
So while there is a huge potential for this technology to democratize financial services, to be more inclusive, there's also risks that are associated with it. So it's important, one, in terms of that the tool is the safeguards are put in place. Secondly, there is this issue of obsolescence. There's a huge part of the population that will become redundant. And we see that, obviously, I see that even in the IDB, there were people who used to draft memos, who used to take minutes, who used to archive things. And now these are happening in real time, and you don't know what to do with these people. And it's not easy to upskill some of that category or that generation of people. So this is another risk. So we have to be mindful that, that is taken care of as well. Lastly, one of the issues which I don't hear so much about is the immense amount of energy that is required to power AI, both in terms of, resources, in terms of water, in terms of electricity. I was reading this, it's enormous, and it's growing at a massive scale. So what does that have in terms of our other concerns, in terms of, energy security, in terms of the environment? So I think this is very important, that from a developmental point of view, while there is enormous benefits and there's a potential for enormous benefits, as has been explained, and I'm sure will be explained, we need to be mindful to protect those who are vulnerable and ensure that the proper safeguards are in place.
Thank you, brother. Yeah, I think what you said is very important, but a very interesting point that you brought out, right at the end, was actually the effect on climate change. This is also something, that shall not be ignored at all. And that often, gets overlooked because everybody is so excited with what AI can do. But, what we ignore is, what AI can do also on the negative side. Thank you so much. So we move on to Dr. Rustam Bakhitov. Dr. Rustam, I think you have a presentation in which you are going to show us some of the AI solutions that have been actually applied to Islamic financial institutions in Russia and elsewhere.
Thank you very much. Dear brother Farooq. I would like to thank AAOIFI for organizing another wonderful event, really amazing source of information and inspiration. And I would like to speak about a few ideas of further development of cooperation in respect of Islamic finance knowledge enhancement and collaboration. I'm Rustam Bakhitov. I'm representing here two organizations. I'm just curious to which direction I need to point to scroll slides. Maybe you can help me manually. Okay, maybe you can just scroll down to the next slide. Representing CRO Kazakhstan, this is a consultancy organization, and Academia BEPS, this is educational establishment. On the one hand, the topic of AI is very sophisticated. On the other, it is very simple, and I will try to give the example by what we can do by combining the knowledge. This conference hall is filled with top excellent experts, thinkers, specialists. And if we decide to do research, for example, what to do with people being displaced by artificial intelligence, we can send questionnaire, we can collect answers, we can process them, make analysis, database, etc. And it would take a couple of weeks maybe, and we will arrive to a particular outcome. On the other hand, we can just ask everyone to make voice recording, to send it to, let's say, WhatsApp group. And this is not really planned, but I was just hearing what our colleagues were saying and thought, okay, why don't we use this as an experiment? And I will show the QR code to which you can send this voice message. And tomorrow I promise to deliver a report on combining all this knowledge. So this is one of the examples how these technologies can be employed. I will not repeat what my colleagues told about marketing, about enhancement, about inclusion. I was very positively surprised when our colleague from Palestine, Dr. Yahya, told about opportunities, and I'm sitting in Amsterdam, was thinking around the same lines. So this is truly international and truly inspiring. What we can do with these technologies. I will quickly go through particular projects without going the functions. Which technologies are being used in Islamic finance banks, in regular banks, and can be used in Islamic banks. BrainSoft, for example, this is credit scoring, artificial intelligence solutions developed in Kazakhstan. In Sifir, this is a modern Dutch Islamic bank, Neon Bank, appeared very, very recently, and we're very happy living in the Netherlands, have an Islamic bank finally. There is a Tatarstani solution, Wahya, which aimed at protection of customers of financial institutions. No Roots and Tuzuk, these are platforms for analysis of contracts, which can be supplemented with Sharia compliant solutions. Technoscore, this is a Russian solution, also aimed at credit scoring, also very efficient. IT Park, I placed there, this is Uzbekistani unit, which helps to develop and promote various projects, and they have amazing conditions for doing business there. After hearing presentation of Mr. Midhat Ravkhatovich Shagiahmetov from Tatarstan, I should add IT Park on this presentation, maybe a later edition of this. And there are many solutions which can be employed at present. 2 years ago, I was standing right here, and indicating the database of Islamic finance projects, which can be familiarized, which can be accessed through particular database, and moving along the same direction. I proposing to do the next step and do the competition of various projects. This is the slide which was already mentioned by some of the panelists about the challenge. So we speak about these wonderful opportunities, how AI can help us, but it will replace people. Many people will be made redundant. This is the truth. We cannot really avoid this. This is actually what I'm calling you, just to share your thought, how these people can be re-educated, how these people can be retrained, what can be done about this. And this is spontaneous idea, but this is actually the benefit of this. So this instrument, they're so powerful that any idea can come into true. And I will be prepared to share results of this research tomorrow. So I will process these responses very quickly. The idea, what I was calling is AI battle. This is basically a competition, continuation, the idea which was proclaiming before. Let's make Islamic finance projects, let's make tax legal AI solutions accessible. Let's make them known to each other. Let's exchange our combined knowledge. And let's help both these projects, and let's help ourselves to know more about these opportunities. The idea of AI battle is to make competition of particular solutions against large language models. So it will be happening in the end of November. I will make more announcement. This is the WhatsApp channel where I will be sharing information, and we can use this WhatsApp channel for this particular idea, which I just pronounced. Just send voicemail, and if you would not like to share it with everyone, you can send it to me personally. You can find me in this group. So, I will make a research out of this. It will be very interesting how we can use this technology to solve basically social problems and social challenges. So thank you very much. That was the end of my presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Brother Rustam, and I wish you all the best with this new initiative. Hopefully, inshallah, it will add a real value to the industry. And thank you for bringing up also the social impact of AI. And this is also something. And I think the three Islamic values that you mentioned, I think they are extremely important and they need to be upheld. So this is a challenge for us as the industry practitioners, that how do we capitalize on AI, but still we maintain and we uphold the values that are very, very dear to us, and we find a balance between both of them. Let's move on to Brother Nasser Al-Awadi. If you can please share with us that what BISB digital strategy has how it has gone, and what goals have you set for yourself for the next 2 years when it comes to the AI? Is there something that puts AI at the forefront of your digital strategy, and what are you expecting to happen in the next 18 to 24 months?
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So thank you for hosting us today. Now, obviously, in terms of BISV's digital strategy, if you'd asked me this question a few years ago, I would tell you we explore, we experiment, we try to do AI initiatives. However, in the past 2 years, I think for myself and maybe even other banks in the country as well, AI has taken a big chunk of the digital strategy. So for us in BISB, it's a pivotal pillar. It's one of the key pillars amongst others in terms of automation, data maturity, as well as our entire digital transformation strategy. Now, our digital or our AI specific strategy revolves around three key takeaways, which is enablement of the data maturity structure in the bank. So obviously, this is a challenge all banks face, where I think Brother Ash'ar also mentioned earlier, the data is unstructured, it's a lot of systems on systems, a lot of legacy is there. So that enablement force is actually a key driver for us to be able to move in the speed that we want to move when it comes to AI. And then the second pillar of it is AI for internal employees. So how can we use AI to be able to grow the level of value that each employee can give in the bank, whether it comes to internal activities, whether it comes to sales, automation, distribution, service, and all customer-facing channels as well. And then the third pillar, I think, which is something we are all excited to see, which is AI for customers. How can we embed the technologies, use cases, the ideas that we have to come into the hands of our customers? Now, that is, I think, where it will show the most and we will get the most value of. Now, when we talk about it this way, obviously it's not easy, especially when it comes to banking, because AI needs to come not just as a concept or as an idea. You actually need to empower the entire workforce that you have to be able to think differently. Because if we continue to think that AI is, for example, will cut costs here or will improve efficiencies here without doing any material effort, then I don't think we'll move at the pace that we want to move in. So we try to embed it as part of our entire workforce strategy, from customer service, even to the delivery stream that we have in the bank. So for example, personally speaking, we have embedded AI into the business analyst role, the cross-functional teams role, the development role, the QA role, as well as the entire delivery cycle, which actually has helped us reduce turnaround time for delivery of digital features by 66%. And that's comparing with the last 2 years. And we're still, I think, in early stages because it's all on best effort basis. What tools pop up today? What initiatives do the employees actually take upon themselves to explore? Because we've seen a super user on AI and we've seen a normal. Everyone uses ChatGPT. If you ask it a basic question, you'll get a basic answer. But I've personally seen some users, not myself, but I've seen some superstars actually know how to use it, and I'm shocked by the results. And I think that level of knowledge is where we aim to achieve as a bank, because that cascades across the entire organization, and that's what we are hoping to embed as part of our DNA in BISB.
Thank you, Brother Nasser. Good to know that your bank is effectively taking measures to implement an AI strategy, and we hope, inshallah, to see excellent results from there. Now I've got Dr. Syed Amir Ali, the Deputy CEO of Pakistan's largest Islamic bank, and also one of the top 5 banks, by balance sheet as well. Mizan Bank, Brother Amir, has led all, the way of Islamic banking in Pakistan. So I would like to know that in your view, how can AI be used in order to support Sharia compliant financial product development, which is always, a challenge for the institutions, and what framework or methodology would enable machine learning models to ensure contextual accuracy while maintaining Sharia authenticity?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you so much, Lo. So firstly, I like to touch upon that the intellectual DNA of AI is rooted in algebra. And this is a subject pioneered by a Muslim scientist, Al-Khwarizmi, in 9th century. So I would say that AI is actually our heritage. It's not an import into Islamic finance or Islam. Now, moving on, if it is our heritage, we should build on it. And there's some practical work which Mizan Bank has done. So I will go piece by piece. And there are some projects on which we are working right now. So one use case which is live right now on Mizan Bank's website is, we call it Mizan GPT. And it is a LLM-based chatbot. And when you go in and interact with that chatbot, for customers, you can ask questions about the Sharia compliant products which Mizan Bank is offering, and it will explain what the features of this product are and how it is halal. So it is going to build trust among the customers that whatever products which are available on Mizan Bank's counter, what is the Sharia compliance behind it? What are the Sharia pronouncements on which it is based on? So this is a live use case at this point in time. The second thing which we are working on, we believe that AI is actually an intelligent assistant for our Sharia compliance team and for our Sharia board and for Islamic banking professionals. So we don't feel at this point in time that AI is going to replace the Sharia boards or the Sharia experts or the Islamic banking professionals, but it will facilitate them. It will accelerate the pace at which they are going to work. So one model or use case on which we are working on that we have feeded into our piece of the LLM model which we are using, all the fatwas, all IOFI standards, all IFSB standards, and of course it has access to World Wide Web also. And then on the basis of that, what it is doing, that although that work is like an unsupervised learning model, and then on the basis of that, when we ask questions, we give relevant prompts, which are given by the experts. So it helps in tailoring Sharia compliant structures, in developing Sharia compliant products on the basis of all this information which is available into this model. Then moving on, what we are trying to do, and this is something which use case we are working on, but it is still under development, is the next phase is actually when we look at certain product which is being used in one jurisdiction and we try to bring that product into another jurisdiction, there is a slight difference of opinion with reference to the Hanafi scholars or the Shafi'i scholars or the Maliki scholars, and sometimes the scholars in one particular geography are not fully aware of the pronouncement in other fiqh. So what the AI can help going forward is that it can find out all relevant references out of the Sharia book or the fiqh books, and then it can identify and also help in harmonizing and standardizing the products in the Sharia structure across the globe. So I think there are few use cases. Some of them are live, some are under development, but I think if we believe AI as a intelligence assistant, it is truly helpful for Islamic finance to build on our heritage.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Amir. A quick question. Do you envisage that, not now, but maybe in a year or 2 years' time, your bank will be able to create a completely new product by the click of a button? Is that going to happen, or is it too much of an ask right now?
No, I think frankly it is fairly possible, because even at this point in time, what the Sharia experts are doing, they are using their knowledge drawn from different standards and fatwas, and on the basis of that, they are synthesizing those and are producing results. So this is what artificial intelligence does. Is in deep learning models, it exactly works like that. So it synthesizes data, uses large data sets, and then it uses all that knowledge to behave like a normal human being, like in the NLP models. And it behaves like a normal human being and suggests you something. But you can also build reinforcement model around it, whereby there are experts who are reviewing the products developed by it, giving feedback back to the model, and the model improves itself. So how you use or exploit or explore the capability of AI, it will actually be able to very easily do this in, I would say, in a years or a time that AI is developing products and structures for Islamic finance.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Come back to our brother Ashar. AI now finally lets us to trace where the money goes, right? Who benefits and what asset is created and how value circulates. So could this be the first time ever that Islamic finance proves its relevance in measurable real economy terms? Now, this is a very sensitive question. And I think, it's a big worry that a lot of people have, but you have only 2 minutes to, give us the answer, please.
So it's a massive opportunity. For decades, as an industry, we've been claiming that there is a great connect between Islamic finance and the real economy. We've not always been able to prove it. But today, using alternative data, and when I say alternative data, let's synthesize that further. Things like POS flows, VAT payments, payroll cycles, logistics. So all that data you're able to capture, right, and put it to use. And therefore, for example, when a bank gives an istisna financing, you're able to understand when the raw material gets delivered. You're able to understand who gets paid. You are able to understand what assets are produced. And therefore, if you are able to convey this outcome of the financing to the public, to your investors, right, to your other stakeholders, that instills confidence and trust. Similarly, if you are funding a factory, for example, you understand because of all these alternative data sources, which tells you again how the payroll is moving, how the VAT is moving, how the logistics is moving. You are able to understand if the output of that factory has gone up by 20%, for example, right? And if the industry is able to embed conveying these outcomes to their stakeholders, that will take credibility to the very next level, right? Now, having said that, let's be real as well. The ground reality is, for the industry, not just Islamic finance, conventional and Islamic finance, right now, the markets are a graveyard of POCs. Every bank is doing a lot of POCs. How many have gone into production grade is a question mark, right? It's not going to be easy. And therefore, the mindset needs to change. It has to be experimental approach, risk managed experimental, and something that delivers results. So for example, I would love to see board minutes where the board is asking the management that in the next 24 months, help me understand how can I move my balance sheet on a risk-weighted basis, right? I mean, how can I move my balance sheet 20% to the SME segment, but without disturbing my cost-income ratio? In fact, it should improve. My risk-adjusted ROE should go up 2 to 3%, and it should create an impact in terms of GDP and employment creation. Now, this does not require an analog approach anymore. So with a click of a button, you're able to do this. So again, the mindset at the top and execution at the ground level, both are possible today. It's not going to be easy. It has to be experimental. It has to start now.
Thank you. Is there any AI that changes the mindset?
Right. Good question. I'll have to think. You've stumped me.
Okay, we can come back to that one. All right. Okay. Brother Yahya, I believe that Islamic Development Bank has actually taken quite a few initiatives recently about AI.
Yes.
So would you like to share some with the audience, what you have been doing, what you are up to, and what shall we expect to see in the coming future?
Sure. As I said previously that, we have multiple roles. One is as an enabler of the industry. So we are supporting the Islamic infrastructure institutions. But even within house, we have initiated, for example, in this year's annual meeting, we had the first AI hackathon on, financial accounting standards to see how, these can be applied and how financial institutions can implement the IOFI financial standards. So there was an hackathon that was organized in Algeria. Internally, within the IDB's wealth of knowledge that we have, we are working on an AI assistant which can curate data and information within the internal. So this is not an open source, but within the data sets of IDB itself to extract information that the IDB can use for its own operations and for implementation. Then we have a series of flagship projects, and all of them have a technology and AI related implement. I know you're involved in some of them. there is not enough time to go into the details.
Yeah.
We have the Awqaf-free zone, the counter trade project, the digital post project.
Yeah.
One very important project, we also have a smart stabilization system, which again uses an AI to create stability in financial markets, and it's currently in a testing phase. And it's based on one of the patents that the institute had actually patented earlier. But one very important flagship project that I would like to highlight, and we're working with an Islamic infrastructure institution on that, is to curate all the laws and regulations that are there on Islamic finance industry and create a database, and that have a layer of AI that would enable to extract the best practices and create sets of guidelines, because we get requests from numerous new jurisdictions that are interested in implementing Islamic finance. And while countries would like to learn from others, they're a bit sensitive due to sovereignty concerns just to copy and paste and replicate that.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, they would like to learn. Now, AI enables the extraction of that and customization of that, so that you learn from the best practices, but you have something that is unique to you. So this is another project that we're currently working on with an Islamic infrastructure institution, and it's kind of in the works, and inshallah it will be announced very soon.
Thank you. This is very exciting, and I think this is something, inshallah, when it comes, into action, I'm sure they will create, inshallah, a lot of value for, the member countries.
Absolutely.
So, Dr. Rustam, which AI solutions, can be applied for the purposes of controlling tax or legal matters in Islamic banking transactions or for checking Sharia compliance? So please keep your answer limited to two minutes.
Yeah. Well, I mentioned a couple of these solutions. There are many. This is just to name few. Particular, I mentioned No-Roots, which is a Russian-developed product with replaceable models, so it's possible to add model on Sharia compliance. That it will do some preliminary work. It's important to mention that none of these solutions is perfect to replace Sharia scholars. Yeah, this is just a preliminary work which we can outsource to paralegals, to junior employees, but final solutions should be done by senior experts. There is a Tuzuk, another solution developed in Uzbekistan, also for contract analysis, also for controlling compliance with particular standards, also adjustable to include Sharia standards, processed and structured in particular way. And it will be very helpful to do this basic assistant work to facilitate Sharia scholars' judgments.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Brother Nasser, we go back again to BISB. And, I feel sorry that I'm putting you under the spotlight, but, the general understanding of AI is that this is a cost efficiency tool, right? So we can probably get things done faster. We can, have less people and so on and so forth. Does your bank see this as a cost efficiency tool, or do you see it really as a growth tool that helps with innovation and that actually helps grow your business, your sustainability, your profitability, and also contributing towards Maqasid al-Sharia? Is this something that is on the horizon? And how do you translate that into the everyday activity of the bank? Thank you.
So when you ask someone working in a bank, is it about cost? They always say yes. It's about cost cutting. Everything we do is about cost cutting. But personally speaking, for BISB specifically, I think if you think of AI as a cost-cutting tool, then you are in the wrong mindset, because the way you can embrace AI and the way we can embed it into the vision or what we want to see or what the experience we want to deliver, then you need to think of the mindset of what value will AI add rather than what cost I can replace. Now, with that said, obviously, there are low-hanging fruit, cost-saving that comes with AI for sure. We've seen that with some of our implementations as well. For example, we've embedded AI into a portion of our digital onboarding, and it has significantly improved our cost by default from day one. But it also, that wasn't the main reason of us adding it. The main reason was to improve the experience and reduce the turnaround time for our customers. So I think I would lean in more to the value driving position. even when you see, for example, Western companies laying people off and linking it to AI, it's not really AI. This is a thing that happens in cycles without AI as well. The thing is, new opportunities will come up for people who are able to leverage AI to its maximum potential. And I think that will impact our banking sector specifically. Islamic banks will be able to introduce much better AI capabilities with more ethical standards and more Sharia compliance, I believe. And I think also Brother Ash'ar or the gentleman touched upon it, whereby with that cost-cutting mindset, you cannot experiment and you cannot give room for making mistakes and being able to deliver what we want to achieve as a digital strategy. So I think that's the direction we are headed into at this
Great.
point in time.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and wish BISB all the best. Brother Amir, last question of the session to you for no longer than 2 minutes, please. How can artificial intelligence be integrated into digital financing systems to autonomously ensure and enhance compliance with Sharia principles in transactions, for example, monitoring through geotagging and so on and so forth? So this is about, we talk about real economy. So how actually that contributes to the real economy, providing, SME financing and so on.
So thank you so much. So first response was about product development. The second is about ensuring compliance of that Sharia product or Sharia structure. And AI can be very useful. Earlier, you all remember we used to have OCR. When they are documents, you scan them, we call it optical character recognition. Now it's ICR. So the character recognition is intelligent. So when you scan a document received from a client for a financing transaction, you scan it, there is an intelligence scanning. And then we have heard about RPAs. They were robotic process automation only to automate repetitive tasks, but now they are AI-based RPAs. And interestingly, at Mizan Bank, we are using both these tools, the AI-enabled RPAs and ICR. And when in our credit administration department, we receive documents, even physical documents, we scan them. And once they are scanned, the matching of goods declaration with invoices is done by AI and RPAs. And they are archived and their compliance is ensured. They are much faster, they are much accurate, and they only generate exception reports where there's an exception. So human involvement is needed to handle the exception only rather than the entire end-to-end process. Then in case of certain transactions like istasna, we have to take delivery. So earlier we had a challenge that when we go in, we used to take pictures for deliveries, but it was not possible to ensure whether a particular RM has visited that place or not. So we have, the app is under testing. So we have developed an app whereby when an RM goes or a supervisor goes to a location, take a picture, it geotags. And that coordinates are fed into the system, which goes in and matches that with the client location, whether this picture is taken at the warehouse, which is defined in the contract as a client warehouse or not. So this is also AI enabled. Now, as we move to the smart contracts, because the entire world is moving, so there will be no paperwork. So there'll be no need for probably ICR. The contracts will be smart. And these smart contracts, these AI tools can scan those to detect the terms like interest, the term like late payment charges or liquidated damages. And we can just simply, these AI tools can detect those and highlight those that we have to remove these from the contract to ensure Sharia compliance. Plus, since the contracts will be smart, they are already backed by blockchain. So all these evidences and footprints will be stored into the system also. I think so the level of ensuring compliance, Sharia compliance using AI model will be much higher, will be much faster, and the journey has already started, at least in Mizan Bank.
Thank you very much. So I think I am right in assuming that we will see, inshallah, more of SME financing going forward in the future. So as Brother Ashar was saying, instead of 5% or whatever, probably 30-40% inshallah.
Let me share one more use case at Mizan Bank. So my thesis is also in SME financing using Islamic digital banking ecosystem. And we started supply chain based SME financing in Mizan in 2015. Earlier, it was all manual. So it used to take 2 to 3 days after credit approval to make a disbursement in supply chain finance. Now we have collaborated with a fintech. The end-to-end system is digital and intelligent, and it takes 2 seconds, literally 2 seconds to do a new disbursement. To do a settlement, it takes 3 seconds to do a settlement. And in that new system, we have today disbursed 50 billion Pak rupees. And we have done over 62,000 transactions for SME financing using the digital enabled supply chain finance platform.
Thank you. This is great.
Brother Farooq,
So-
you have 5 minutes to
Yes.
finish.
So we have completed the discussion, the panel discussion. Now I will open the floor for the audience questions. We can take a couple of questions. Sheikh Arbuna was the first one to raise his hand. So if we can please take a mic to him. Tafadhal ya Sheikh. There's no mic. Yeah, just keep it brief, please. Thank you.
The first one is like our brother, he talks about replacing or bringing up an AI expert into the board. And that means the same thing might apply to the Sharia board. That means if you go this direction, that means we are going to bring more expert into the Sharia board, crypto assets, and then AI, and then so many things, we will bring it to the Sharia board. This is one question, whether this is practical or not. The second question is for our brother from Pakistan. I totally agree that from compliance point of view, AI can play a greater role because it's just gathering the information of the existing fatwas and then make comparison and then give you compliant or not existing fatwa. But the issue is about the developing a product. Usually the Sharia scholars developing a product is not based on existing fatwa, it's based on the resources of classical fiqh. Hanafi books, the only thing we can do is to get these Hanafi books within the AI system. So if you are looking for a product development within the Hanafi school, you have to have all the books of the Hanafi so that it goes through it and bring you an information only. It cannot even develop a product. You have to bring you information based on that information. From this angle, I agree with you that it's almost like assistant. But in order to be like a core principle replacing a human being, which is the main purpose of AI is to replace a human being. So where we are, should we replace a human being or should it be an assistant? But from product development perspective, I think it will be very difficult.
Thank you. Thank you, Yasha. Yeah, Brother Asher.
Yeah, very briefly, the first question, absolutely, there's no two thoughts on it. The skill mix absolutely need to change. The operating model absolutely need to change. There has to be a much more better integration of these different skill set. I would say it's a great reset that we are seeing and a great opportunity for us to leapfrog as an industry. And the risk is if that reinventing of our skill base is not pinching us, then I have no qualms in saying that 70% of the skill set in this room today will be completely relevant in 24, 36 months' time unless we reinvent and embed these new capabilities which are coming.
Thank you, Brother Asher. Yes, next question. Please take the mic to Brother Najib.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much for a very insightful conversation. Couple of questions. The first question about maybe an ethical / Sharia consideration. I recently read an article on the Forbes saying AI, is it AI intellectual property, copyright, or copy wrong? The question is for the board is how do you see the protection of rights especially in training data, maybe not much relevant to like a banking product, but generally speaking, big companies we have seen some issues going to courts in terms of not protecting the property rights when training data, and how these people who have spent time into produce something for commercial reasons losing this ability to benefit from it. And the ethical other question or consideration is probably more of the next generation. There was a recent study by MIT which showed they've done like a study between two groups of students. One of them have used AI for an intensive long time and the others haven't used it. And there was a significant reduction in brain activity. And probably one of my conversation with one of our professors back in the university, he said universities used to produce scholars. Now they are producing researchers. Only Allah knows what they will start producing when we have generation working only with AI. So thank you very much. Salaam alaikum.
Thank you. Anybody of the panel wants to answer these two questions? Please keep it brief because we have to close.
So I think because your questions are not specific to Islamic finance, they are generic. So this is all skepticism about AI. AI started in 1956 in Dormoth Conference, and AI became powerful once we have access to more and more data post World Wide Web, which came in like 1991. And then these, and if you just see, ChatGPT was launched in November 2022, hardly, I would say, less than 3 years ago. So I think this is all developing. One thing I'm very clear, in future, information will be free. Today, we get impressed with people who have more information. We go to a lawyer only to get some information rather than a solution. We go to sometimes a doctor or some other expert who has more information. With AI models, it will be all that information which is available and which is freely available, not copyrighted. I think that information will be free. And as far as your concept of having protecting copyright is concerned, yes, there are laws around it. The IP laws are very strong, but still, if you go to the developing economies in the world, all those books which are written in the West, you can get all pirated copies of that. So this is a challenge which was there before AI, and it will remain there after AI. So it is not a new challenge that if I have produced a original piece of knowledge which is copyrighted in US, but it is pirated in, say, Pakistan or say in Afghanistan or Bangladesh, it was pirated before AI, and it can continue to happen if that information is illegally loaded into World Wide Web. Then AI model will go in and access those.
May I also comment?
Thank you.
I would give a very brief comment in respect of copyrights. I'm not really a copyright lawyer, but as a person with general legal education, everything what is free can be used, and there is so much information out there, not necessarily in protected publications, but in chat forums, in Reddit, everywhere on internet. And with proper selection mechanisms, it's possible to find more useful information in open data sources, even in recording of this AAOIFI conference, which will be placed on YouTube and which is allowed to use. So with modern data processing technologies, it is possible to extract a lot of valuable data without violating any copyrights. And I'm pretty much sure this is the direction, and I support the brother who told, who gave previous comment. This will be direction in which this technology will develop.
Thank you. Thank you, Brother Rustam. I've been given, okay, we will take just one more question. Take the mic to the Sheikh, please. This is the last one. Sorry, we have to cut it off. There.
Can I ask my question in Arabic?
Yes, Brother Nasser will help us.
Okay.
Understand, yes.
حقيقة اليوم اللي بنحكى عنه في الذكاء الصناعي، هل تقبل قواعد الشريعة إنه الذكاء الصناعي ينشئ عقل، ينشئ تصرف؟ وهذه مسألة ليست في الشريعة فقط إشكالية، بل حتى في المدارس القانونية. هم بيحكوا شيء وشخص. مش مقبول في كل المدارس التشريعية إنه الشيء ينشئ تصرف. طيب فكر البرلمان الأوروبي إنه يعطي الريبورت شخصية قانونية لأنه المصلحة تقتضي إنه عقوده تكون صحيحة. لكن التفكير في الشخصية القانونية للريبورت تقريبا الآن على المستوى العالمي سقط، لأنه الشخصية القانونية في شخصية معنوية بس إلها أهم شغلة فيه إلها مصلحة ذاتية تختلف عن مصلحة مديرها، والشخصية المعنوية بقودها شخص طبيعي. طب الريبورت فيه له مصلحة ذاتية؟ طب كيف بدي أقبل إنه ينشئ تصرف؟ أنا بقبل إنه ينقل إرادتي، بقبل إنه ينفذ عقد، ولذلك الفرنسيين بيسموه عقد ذات التنفيذ، بس إرادة الإنسان هي المسؤولة. لكن اليوم التفكير اللي يطرح، وهل في الشريعة من نطرحه، هل تقبل الشريعة للشيء إنه ينشئ تصرف؟ وكيف بده يكون طرف في دعوة؟ هل تقبل الشريعة إني أرفع دعوة على حجر على هذا؟ في القانون في مسؤولية حارس الشيء، حارس البناء، ماشي. فكيف بده يكون الريبورت شيء ينشئ تصرفاته هو مش مقبول في كل المدارس القانونية، وكيف بده يكون طرف في الدعوة إذا أخطأ؟ شكرا.
شكرا يا شيخ. Yes, Brother Nasir, please.
I think I'm also شلون؟ صح. Can you guys hear me?
No.
Am I clear to the audience or?
Oh, you have to speak a bit louder.
Okay, so the gentleman was asking a question. I think maybe I'm not the right person to address because it's more of a moral and Sharia related question about the ethics behind AI taking decisioning and logic and acting on itself, which is a concept similar to AGI, if you've read about it, which is how can we believe or trust a robot or a system or an intelligence that takes decision and thought and ideation in and of itself. So I think that's the concern the gentleman has, but I don't think I am the maybe most fit person to address that question. It's more of a ethical and Sharia scholar related question.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you very much for the translation. The brother, he himself is a Sharia scholar, and mashallah, a great Sharia scholar. And I think he has actually, I don't take this as a question. It's more of a concern that he has expressed for the right reasons. And this is what we see. A lot of people, including myself, by the way, is very concerned that when it comes to, the decisions, related to Sharia, based on Sharia, then, giving everything to the AI and letting it make, the decisions for you is a very, very risky business. So it may happen at some point, but this is not ideal. And this is not what we are talking about as well. I think Sheikh Arbuna also mentioned almost, similar type of concern. We are not, I think AI is here, we have to understand and we have to accept and admit and embrace this fact that it's here and we have to face it, so even if we refuse, it's still going to hurt us, right? So instead of, shying away from it, let's embrace it and let's see how we can use it for our benefit. And of course, how we can create a balance between, the right things and the potential risks. And how do we ensure, how do we put the safeguards in to make sure that we do not get ourselves exposed to these type of risks that, people are rightly concerned of. But this is an ongoing process. I think we are on a journey, and this journey will continue, and a lot of things will be happening. This is not the first and the last debate. And, we have to discuss a lot. We have to think a lot, and we have to act, upon this in a very concerted way. Brother Rustam, I'm so sorry, but the organizers, they have given us the signal to close it off. So with that, I thank all the panelists very much for your time, for your expertise, for sharing your knowledge and experience, and also the audience for listening to us with patience and engaging with the conversation. Thank you and wish you all the best, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much indeed, Brother Farooq, Brother Asher Nazim,
Brother Yahya, Mr. Yusuf, Rustum, Mr. Nasir Awadi, Mr. Sayyid Amir Ali for your enlightening session. Thank you very much for on your yeah. Where's the photographer? Okay, where he. Thank you so very much indeed. Now moving on to the next special presentation, may I call upon Mr. Irfan Siddiqui, the President and Chief Executive Officer, Mizan Bank, Islamic Republic of Pakistan. The topic, Islamic Finance Success Stories, Learning from the Leaders. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Irfan Siddiqui on the stage, please.
So, brother, is the presentation on?
Yeah, I will.
You'll do it. Okay.
Irfan Sahab, you have 25 minutes.
Sorry?
You have 25 minutes.
Yeah. So put the presentation on. I think we're just waiting for a presentation. Right. Is the mic on? Yeah. Okay to go? Right. Right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. I would like to express my gratitude to Sheikh Ibrahim bin Khalifa al-Khalifa, who was our, sorry, not here, can't hear you? I think the voice is not coming. नहीं वो कह रहे आवाज नहीं आ रही नहीं आवाज नहीं आ रही उनको Okay? Right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Sheikh Ibrahim bin Khalifa al-Khalifa, who was our founding chairman of Mizan Bank in Pakistan, in addition to, mashallah, this role as the chairman of AAOIFI as well, founding chairman of AAOIFI. And he gave me this opportunity to display what we've achieved in Mizan Bank over the last 33 years. So it's basically the story of Mizan Bank, which mashallah is probably one of the most successful banks in country's history in Pakistan. So our journey really began 33 years ago. Sorry, this pointer is to be, where do you point it? Yeah. So the journey began in 1992, almost 33 years ago, when through my wife's reading of Quran, we realized that riba was prohibited in Quran. We should have known it better. But once I got to know about it in Surah Baqarah, that riba is like having war against Allah and Prophet, then we started thinking as to what alternatives we can come up with. And with a, like a pros and cons, different weighing different option for 2 years, ultimately I came up with the idea that we should set up an Islamic investment bank with a capital of 1 billion rupees. 1 billion rupees at that time was a lot of money. And the organization I was working for on secondment from Kuwait into Pakistan, Pak Kuwait. So we did a joint venture with them and a company in Bahrain called IICG Bahrain. In that process, I came to Bahrain. That was my first visit after about 10 years prior to that. And Alhamdulillah, I think Allah made it possible that I went and met Sheikh Ibrahim when he was the Minister of Finance. And sir, yesterday we walked on the seafront and we passed through that same building where you had the office. And it was a good recollection of memories, taking back to 25, 26 years. So met him, explained to him what I was doing. And he agreed that, yes, Pakistan is a big country, you should do this. And he didn't know that based on his encouragement, what my next question would be. So when I thought that he was receptive to something, I requested him that he should kindly agree to chair that board. And I'm glad Sheikh Ibrahim had windows which didn't open, otherwise he'll probably thrown me out of that window, because the bank wasn't even there, it was on paper. But Alhamdulillah, I think Allah made it possible that Sheikh Ibrahim agreed with that. And our shareholding was complete, and our other shareholder, Brother Suilam, is also there, was the Islamic Development Bank. So as a joint venture between the three organization, we filed an application for a license for Al Mizan Investment Bank. Then 2 years, nothing happened at all. Nothing. I mean, I was going pillar to post. No license was being given because it was a difficult environment. Until one day, all of a sudden, I got a call from the Ministry of Finance in Pakistan saying that our then Prime Minister, Madam Benazir Bhutto, was going to visit Bahrain on a state visit to seek foreign investment. And there was a delegation going from Pakistan to Bahrain before the Prime Minister's visit. So I called Sheikh Ibrahim that, this delegation is coming, and he said, yes, I'm aware of it. I'm not just aware of it, but I will be the official host for that delegation. So I think, God was listening to our problems of 2 years. And when this delegation came, Sheikh Ibrahim took him to, who's who in Bahrain. And wherever that delegation went, the question they were posed by the Deputy Prime Minister, by the Governor Central Bank, everybody, was that if you're looking for foreign investment, what happened to Al Mizan Investment Bank? So this minister who was leading this delegation, pre-delegation, called Madam Prime Minister and told her that if you really want to come to Bahrain, then first issue the license and then come. Otherwise, everybody will ask you the same question. And believe it not, overnight that license was issued. And when I say overnight, it's not metaphorically. It was post-Isha and pre-Fajr. That license was issued 2 days before the Prime Minister's visit to Bahrain. And Alhamdulillah, that was in 1997. And a lot of gratitude to Sheikh Ibrahim as well for helping us getting that. So we started our bank as Al Mizan Investment Bank. And the very first year, when we were a total of 9 people, we drafted our vision statement to read as to establish Islamic banking as banking of first choice. So it was not about Mizan Bank, it was about Islamic banking as banking of first choice. And then Alhamdulillah, we started the bank, and little I realized that as an investment bank, the vision statement doesn't have a much chance because, you could do house finance, car leasing, take some deposits, but not banking function. So we continued with 3 years on that until one day automatically, without us going and looking for it, Society General came to us saying that they want to sell the bank and would we be interested. Long story short, it would have been an impossible transaction, but somehow God wanted it to happen, and it happened, and we acquired SocGen's Pakistan operation, which was a 4-branch network, and we combined it with Mizan Bank to create what is now called Mizan Bank Limited, where Sheikh Ibrahim is the chairman. And the license was the first license of an Islamic commercial bank was issued to us. And in the picture, you see the governor, central bank, handing over the license. And he said, this is the 3rd time Pakistan is trying for an Islamic banking. If it fails, sorry, it was the 2nd time. If it fails, there'll be no 3rd time because it'll be gone then. So there was a big responsibility on us. And Alhamdulillah, we took that responsibility and went forward. And Alhamdulillah, the bank was set up, and the rest is, like they say, history. So this book, which I've distributed to some of them, covers that journey very well. And in the photograph coming next, you'll see the bank was inaugurated by the President of Pakistan. For the first time ever, the head of state inaugurated a private sector bank. And Sheikh Ibrahim, who was about 30 years ago, was 5 years younger than what he is now. So, mashallah, he inaugurated, was there in Pakistan for the inauguration ceremony. And alhamdulillah, the bank continues to do well. The name of Mizan came from Surah Rahman in Quran. So the ayah number 7, 8, 9 all contain Mizan. And I'm happy to say that this was also identified by my wife. So I'm grateful to her for that as well. And mashallah, it progressed since then. So on a very quick fast forward, 2002 we started. We were the smallest bank in the country. There were a total of 32 banks, 32 commercial banks. And we were number 32nd. And now 2025, mashallah, we are one of the largest banks, number 1 in some respects, but number 2 in some, but among the top 5 banks in the country. And we have a total market share of little bit more than 1/3 of the entire Pakistan Islamic banking market, which in total is about 25%. In terms of all data points, deposit, profitability, transactions per branch, the total transaction volumes in the country, I think there's no bank which has really matched that kind of a progress, with growth rates in exceeding 30% annualized, CAGR-wise. In terms of market capitalization, until last year, we were the highest market cap bank in the country. This year, one bank has taken over, but so we are among the top 2 in the country. Sheikh Ibrahim was really keen that I should talk as to why we feel this success happened. It's not because we worked hard. A lot of people work very hard. I think the foremost is that it was blessings of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And why that blessing came. I mean, so if we say blessing, go and pray. But what is the reason why that blessing came? I think that was very clear in our mind why it happened. This bank was actually created on faith reasons. There was no feasibility made. When I got these shareholders from Bahrain and came to Sheikh Ibrahim, there was no feasibility study done. It was a faith-based decision that we need to set up. And inshallah, barakah would happen because we don't have a choice of doing riba banking once you've agreed that this cannot be done. So faith was fundamental. And I think that was the main attraction why that partnership happened with God Almighty. Because otherwise, so there was no financial check written and sent to God or something like that. So it was that faith which was the currency of the divine help. Then, because it was a faith-based bank, our work ethics were very strong in terms of honesty, integrity, hard work, loyalty. And the whole idea of our team was to push Islamic banking for a purpose, not for profit. The profit, numbers, deposit, I think they were all secondary. And they were, as we say in Mizan Bank, they were all byproducts of whatever we were doing around it. And the sense of purpose was very high. And we try to inculcate a sense of ownership without being the owners of the bank. So the sense of ownership was that, fine, I mean, we have to make this bank go there. Whether we own it or not own it, it's different, but the sense of ownership was as high as you can probably imagine. Then on the, this was on the faith side, but on the actual business side, we always had cost efficiency into mind, that if it's cost efficient, we can do a better job. And the eye on the bottom line was very important. Mizan, when we set up Al Mizan Investment Bank, we were profitable from month number 1. I don't think there's any bank which I've come across which has 0 month break even. So we were profitable from month 1 to now, mashallah, 28 years. Every month we are a profitable bank. The other thing which we were very careful was on financing, the prudence which was required in every single financing you do, because even one little bad debt actually takes you down, 1 step forward and 10 steps backward. So financing was one area which we focused on a lot. And we never worked against the law of probability. So if the country is not doing well in, for example, cement industry, then don't go and say that, fine, the law of probability is there's going to go down, but I will make sure that it comes up. So stay with the law of probability so that you don't suffer unnecessary risk. And the last thing I feel very important is guarding your reputational risk. That in a bank, if your reputation goes down, then no amount of money can bridge that. So this is not going. Right. The other thing which we really worked very consciously was character development of our team. And the character obviously comes with humility, empathy, gratitude, respect, and 10 other things as well. And we formulated what we call as core values. And the core values was defined as Sharia compliance, integrity, and service excellence. And we always say that core value is not 1 plus A plus B plus C, it's A multiplied by B multiplied by C. So if one of them becomes 0, then your whole core value becomes 0. So it's important that we stay true to that thing for all over. In terms of character development, I'll quickly tell you that recently a professor visited from University of Oxford in England, and he was head of the character development project at University of Oxford. And the reason he said that department was made, he felt that the university students are becoming characterless. I mean, or godless, maybe one other word to say. And they started that, and now the 5 biggest customers they have, that University of Oxford, are the 5 major UK banks, because they also feel that there is a deficiency in character. So I told him, if you want to see a living example of a character-driven organization, you should come and see Mizan Bank. So rather than creating character, we actually live in that environment. I think this. So Alhamdulillah, all that has turned the bank to be a very progressive bank. And mashallah, every single award which was given in Pakistan to banking sector, Alhamdulillah, Mizan got the best awards. And the bottom part of the screen, it says Best Bank in Pakistan. This award is actually given by a subsidiary of this, wholly owned subsidiary of the central bank, which is called the National Institute of Business and Finance. So the governor is the patron chief. So for the last 7 years, this award has been on in the market. And 4 out of those 7 years, Mizan was the best bank in the country. We're still there today as well, as we speak right now. So mashallah, that is an honor for us. And it's a reflection of the character of the organization rather than the strength of capital or whatever, which has automatically come our way as well. So that's the end of my presentation. This book talks about this history. It's available on our website as well at mizanbank.com. So it's not really just a lesson for about banking, but it's about ethics and about management studies. And at the beginning of each chapter, there's a 1-page chapter box called Finding the True North, what we were looking for in that chapter. And the end of the chapter, it says, living the Mizan, to learn the lessons from Mizan Bank. So I feel that that is a good story. So with that, thank you so much. And I did it quickly so that we can have some question answer time. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum. So any questions? वो पीछे है, right on the back. Right, carry on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Irfan. Let me introduce myself. My name is Tarek Al-Ghamrawi. I'm director at Al-Majna Advisors, Islamic Finance Consultancy in Egypt. Actually, I have two questions, please. The first one, you said that the main driver of success or factor of success was faith. And you mentioned that even you didn't have a complete feasibility study when you came for the first time to Bahrain. Maybe many entrepreneurs, especially in the Islamic finance ecosystem, may understand or could maybe misunderstand that this is a message that they should not really prepare the things on the ground and rely more on faith and good intentions. So could you please elaborate on that a little bit? And my second question, please. You mentioned—
Can I answer that question and then maybe let somebody else answer? I think you're absolutely right that you should not put all your faith in just one side and not doing the worldly things. It needs a combination of the two, right? But if you have a very strong faith, whatever you're going to do, you'll probably do it better. Otherwise, you'll do maybe half-heartedly here, you'll multiply it by 4 times more. So maybe that's the answer for that. Any other question? Ji, carry on. Right.
Assalamu alaikum. Abdurrahman Zaidi from Egypt. My question is about what is the most Islamic finance service that the bank is providing?
What is the most important?
What is the most Islamic finance service that the bank is provided for its clients?
What is the most important risk we should be careful with? Is that what you're asking?
Product, service.
Products, yeah. You see, products, alhamdulillah, we've got across spectrum. Mizan has got a very good research and development department. In fact, our Sharia board member, Chairman Justice Taqi Usmani, he says that we have the largest R&D center in any Islamic, any Islamic banks. So whether it's a Musharka product, Muraba product, Istisna, whatever. So we feel that as long as the customer has got a product which is Sharia compliant, i.e. is not having a brewery or whatever, then it is our responsibility to ensure that we find the right product. So alhamdulillah, I think between our practitioners of Islamic banking professionals and the Sharia team, you have to find an answer. So I think is there, and anything which moves, as long as it's compliant, we should be able to give a solution to that.
Do you provide Murabha only, or you have Mudarba, Musharka?
Muraba is only maybe less than 1/3 of our total product line. I mean, we got everything. Istislam, Musharka, running Musharka. So all kind of products are there. If you go to our website, you'll see a whole range of products there. Yes, I think just carry on like this, so maybe I'll listen. The mic transfer is a long time.
My name is Mohammed Salim, Dr. Mohammed Salim from University of Bahrain.
It was really good, very excellent presentations. And I would like to know, do you have any credit cards? Do you have any credit cards product? If you do, what are the mechanism on which the credit cards are based? And do the card holders
The short answer is that we do not have a card offering right now, right? But our Sharia board has approved a credit card mechanism, which is, to be honest, I'm not technically sound enough on that, but maybe after the session, Dr. Amir Ali, is our deputy CEO, will be taking over from me in December, inshallah. He is fully familiar with that. Maybe he can explain to you. But inshallah, we're hoping in the next 6 months, we will have a credit card solution.
And do you have any sukuk, and what is the share of the sukuk market that you have?
Sukuk, Pakistan is still they're not flowing very fast. So our total portfolio size among the total balance sheet of sukuk is roughly about 40%.
These are some of the potential sectors that you can focus in the future. And Mizan Bank, I'm sure, will do even better. And we wish you all the best.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Irfan, can we conclude or we
Yes.
can take one
Right.
more?
So thank you so much. And I will be around. So yes, if you have any more questions. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Irfan Siddiqui. It was a fantastic journey through your Mizan success stories. And now moving on, let me invite Dr. Hashim Hussain, Head United Nations Industry Development Organization, UNIDO, for a presentation. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Hashim Hussain.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم جميعا. I'm really fortunate and pleased to be here today to attend the 20th Islamic Finance and Banking Conference organized by AAOIFI and Islamic Development Bank. I will just in a short presentation on my speech, I will express how we have been working and supporting I'm going to share with you our experience for the last 25 years through the International Center of Entrepreneurship, which we are honored is being chaired by Sheikh Ibrahim under his guidance and continuous advice. Today we'll share with you one of the, we consider one of the most important Islamic tools when we access through financial and non-financial services. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to address you today on the topic that holds immense promise for inclusive and sustainable development across our regions. The economic revitalization of Waqf through entrepreneurship and innovation. I would like to begin by expressing sincere gratitude to AAOIFI and the Islamic Development Bank under the esteemed leadership of Sheikh Ibrahim Al Khalifa for their unwavering commitment to advancing Islamic finance and for hosting this important gathering. Your efforts continue to inspire and shape the future of ethical and impactful financial systems. Waqf, an Islamic endowment of asset dedicated to public benefits, which mainly it goes to I'mar al-Ard, has for centuries been a cornerstone of social welfare in Muslim societies. Historically, it has funded education, healthcare, and community services, often acting as a silent agent of social equity and solidarity. With Sheikh Ibrahim, he was always advising us on equity participation, that every human being has the right for this equity participation. Under the IDIB, the Enterprise Development and Investment Promotion, which has been developed and evolved through the International Center for Entrepreneurship and Investment, has demonstrated success across multiple regions, proving that when entrepreneurs are equipped with the right tools and support, they can build resilient businesses that contribute meaningfully to national development goals. Now, imagine the transformative power of integrating IDB with Waqf. By channeling Waqf assets into the Enterprise Development and Investment Promotion Program, supported entrepreneurial ecosystems, we can convert philanthropic capital into productive investment. This integration offers a triple win, preserving the spiritual and social mission of Waqf, generating economic returns and employment, third, fostering innovation and sustainability. For example, a Waqf property can be repurposed into a business incubator, an agropole, a vocational training center, or a co-working space for startups. Waqf funds can be invested in Sharia-compliant finance schemes through non-financial services that support women-led enterprises or green technologies. The possibilities are quite vast, but they require a paradigm shift in how we manage and mobilize Waqf. What could be the key areas for reform and innovation? To fully harness this potential, we must address several critical areas. Modernization of Waqf governance. Many Waqf institutions operate under outdated legal and administrative framework. We need to introduce transparent, accountable, and professional management systems that align with contemporary development goals. Second, developing Sharia-compliant financial tools. Entrepreneurs need access to capital that respect Islamic financial principles. This includes Mudaraba-based venture funds, Qard Hasan loans, and Waqf-backed guarantees tailored to micro and small and medium enterprises. Enhancing the collaboration is key. We must foster strategic partnership among religious institutions, development agencies, financial entities, universities, and the private sector to create integrated ecosystem that support entrepreneurship. A notable initiative in this space is the Islamic and Arab Finance for Economic Transformation in Africa, which is headed by my colleague, Mr. Ayman Ali Youssef, which is present with us here today, and the Arab region and beyond. Jointly launched by UNIDO under the guidance of our Director General, Dr. Muller, and ITPO Bahrain and the International Center for Entrepreneurship in collaboration with AAOIFI. The Union of Arab Banks and the Africa Finance Corporations aim to mobilize over 1 trillion in Islamic and Arab finance in the coming 3 to 5 years. Building on the IDB model and the UNIDO IATA program for Islamic and Arab finance, seek to empower entrepreneurs across Africa and the Arab region, and then after beyond. Promote sustainable development aligned with SDGs, leverage Islamic finance to unlock new pathways for inclusive growth. This program is not just a financial initiative, it is a development movement. It demonstrates how Islamic finance, when strategically deployed, can become a powerful tool for economic transformation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to inform you that we have already signed an exchange of letter with the Bahraini Sunni Waqf Directorate to enter into strategic partnership to launch a pioneer project aimed at promoting entrepreneurship and establishing micro, small, and medium enterprises in the Kingdom of Bahrain. This initiative seeks to activate Waqf assets to support national development, economic empowerment, and food security. By integrating various productive and service sectors with innovative and entrepreneurship, the project is positioned to serve as a transformative model for sustainable development in the region. A call to action. In conclusion, the integration of Waqf with entrepreneurship is not merely an academic concept. It is a practical, scalable solution to some of our most pressing development challenges. It offers way to revitalize dormant assets, empowering marginalized communities, drive innovation and sustainability. Let us reimagine Waqf not just as a charitable tradition, but as a strategic investment for economic empowerment. Let us build bridges between faith and finance, tradition and innovation, philanthropy and productivity. Together, jointly with AAOIFI, we can amplify the economic development potential of Waqf, and in doing so, create a more inclusive, resilient, and prosperous future for all. I would like to just comment on the role of His Excellency Sheikh Ibrahim Al Khalifa for his continuous advice and supporting development of micro and small medium businesses in Islamic finance and in what we call also classic finance. This pathway started with Sheikh Ibrahim about 25 years back when he was chairing the Bahrain Development Bank. Today, it is our great pleasure to work and to develop and to enhance this achievement together with AAOIFI, and thank you very much. But just if I would like to add, already we're working in Pakistan with the Federation of the Pakistani chambers and the women chambers to develop that model. Already we have started from last year to show that practice. Now we are looking into 3 more countries. Pakistan is also one of them in Asia, Egypt in the Arab region, and Nigeria in Africa. And this is all led by my colleague, which he might also tomorrow in the panel of SMEs, he will be part of that to explain how this will work. And thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Hashim Hussain, Head United Nations Industrial Development, UNIDO ITPU Kingdom of Bahrain. Now we have a couple of more signing ceremonies. And for that, may I invite Sheikh Ibrahim bin Khalifa Al Khalifa, AAOIFI Chairman, Board of Trustees, to be on the stage. For signing ceremonies. First, may I invite Institute of Banking Studies, Central Bank of Iraq. Please let me invite Dr. Mustafa Munir Ismail, the General Manager. This is the AAOIFI Fellowship Registration and Exam Center Agreement. Thank you, Dr. Mustafa Munir Ismail. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. The next, may I call upon IBDA Islamic Finance Consultancy Limited, the Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Muhammad Saifullah Khan, the United Kingdom and Canada. Next, may I call upon ZLK Islamic Financial Services, Mr. Zahid Latif Khan, the Chairman. Lastly, may I call upon the officials of Iraqi League for Islamic Finance to come up on the stage. Thank you, Your Excellency, Sheikh Ibrahim bin Khalifa Al Khalifa, Chairman, IFE Board of Trustees. And thank you all for joining us in the pre-lunch session. Now we break for Zohar prayers and lunch. Lunch hosted by the Central Bank of Bahrain. We will gather again at around 2 o'clock. Thank you once again. We'll gather again at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. I hope you all had a pleasant lunch break and an opportunity to network and refresh yourself. So let me now welcome all of you to the second session of the day, which is on the role of Islamic finance in an AI-driven business and finance context or environment. And for this, the session chairman is a member of AAOIFI Board of Trustees and a member of KFH Board of Directors. It's my pleasure to invite Mr. Nurur Rahman Abid to the stage. At the same time, may I also request our distinguished panelists to kindly find their way to the stage one by one as I call out your names. First, may I request Dr. Sami Suilam to kindly join us on stage. He is the Acting Director General of Islamic Development Bank Institute. We have with us Mr. Khalid Al-Qaid, Chief Executive Officer, Bank Nizwa, based in Oman. And it's really my pleasure to invite Mr. Muhammad Nazir Mia. He is the head of Group Internal Sharia Control of Dubai Islamic Bank Group.
Yes, I'll be happy.
And finally, may I request Mr. Motas Abu Jeb. He's the Director, IFAS Group in Turkey. Please join us on stage. So Mr. Nurur Rahman Abid, if you can take over and lead the panel discussion. Thank you.
As-salatu was-salamu ala Rasulil Kareem. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. The session after lunch, known as the graveyard session, is always challenging, both for the speakers, but much more so for the audience. Because those of you who are used to siesta would perhaps be in their beds rather than in this hall. But those of you who have come, I sincerely thank you. Thank you very much for coming and joining us. The way this session would work is that we would have each panelist about 10 minutes to share their thoughts with you on the subject of role of Islamic finance in AI-driven business and finance environments. And then we'll give you an opportunity to ask questions. So we'll have about 20 minutes for question and answer session. I think artificial intelligence is certainly causing an interruption. But my view is it's going to cause a havoc. And those of us who don't plan it, don't prepare for it, are going to really face challenges that are beyond belief, because never in our history we've had intervention like this. Blackstone's president, Jonathan Gray, said in the Financial Times Private Capital Summit a few weeks ago, and I quote, "Wall Street investors are underestimating artificial intelligence potential to make entire industries obsolete." And it's coming. Believe me, it's coming. He added that impact of technology was now top of our list when evaluating deals. We have told our credit and equity teams, address artificial intelligence on the first pages of your investment memos. That's coming from President of Blackstone, Jonathan Gray. EY, that's Auditor's brief newsletter that they issued last week, claimed that 72% of companies globally are already piloting or using AI tools. And they stated further that this is expected to increase to 99% in next 3 years. These are staggering numbers. Therefore, with increasing presence of artificial intelligence in every walk of life, Islamic finance industry is also going through a pivotal moment. In the shared evolution of global finance and business, AI is reshaping the world, revolutionizing decision-making, automating processes, and unlocking new opportunities. However, it had this downside too. On 21 October, New York Times reported that it has seen Amazon internal strategy documents that state their plans to replace 500,000, more than 500,000 workers with robots in the near future. That's not just 500,000 workers, that's 500,000 families who are going to face famine. This raises critical ethical questions. How do we ensure the fairness, transparency, and accountability in AI-driven businesses? How can we harness this technology to promote inclusive and sustainable economic growth that aligns with Maqasid al-Sharia? So in this session, my esteemed panelists will try and cover this and will give you a chance at the end to inshallah ask questions. The panelists have already been introduced, so I will skip that in the interest of time because we're starting late and I do want to give you time. So I will ask first Mia Nazir to please make your presentation.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the interest of time, I'll be a bit brief. The innovation in technology has an amazing impact in improving standard of living. It is a new norm of paradigm shift, embrace change, and become a change catalyst for better or best in terms of customer service. To preempt technology and devise alignment solution within the limit of Islamic jurisprudence or limits set by Islamic law of contract. In the context of AI, a much needed support, the most imminent requirement is assessing and ascertaining the nature and function of smart contracts, which is going to be the future for us as Islamic finance practitioners. Role of electronic minds or electronic agents or from intelligent platform in negotiating, forming, executing, performing the contracts from a Sharia compliance perspective. So in this brief, I'll have a smart contract definition, then Sharia contract, smart contracts and Islamic law of contract, compatibility of smart contracts, Islamic law of contracts, Islam and smart contracts paradigm, and then a few challenges. The objective is to embrace new norms as an integral part of our business plan or operation or a business model or a customer service, rather than a force-fit solution under the principle of necessity, or just a user or a beneficiary. Technology and technology-based solution have to be consistent with Islamic law of contract. Expecting or attempting to make Islamic law of contract agile in order to force-fit one-size-fits-all solution might lead us to compromising on certain Sharia principle or eroding or deviating or erasing the permissibility boundaries. What is smart contracts? Technically, smart contracts, computer codes that upon the occurrence of a specified conditions or a conditions is capable of running automatically according to pre-specified function. The code can be stored and processed on a distributed ledger and would write any resulting change into the distributed ledger. They are the self-executing digital agreement whose terms are written directly into codes and automatically enforced through blockchain or public distributed ledger. This is very important for a Sharia practitioner, particularly Sharia scholars. There are two models. One is external smart contracts. Contracts are written in two different languages. One is codes in the computer, and other is a traditional contracts. And the computer codes are not entirely the contracts. They are mere automating the certain terms and conditions of the contract, and this is close to generally Islamic law contract. And then we have a internal smart contracts. The entire contract is computer code. Here we might have a certain issues from Islamic law of jurisprudence, sale by description, istisna, salam, and also more importantly, for an exchange contracts, the issue is whether an orphan artificially intelligent platform has ahliyatul ada, ahliyatul haq, which is the best of which is prudence and intellect. An AI platform may not have that capacity or the eligibility. So in this particular context, I would suggest that an assessment need to be done with respect to whether an artificially intelligent platform or mind or electronic agent can represent both parties in a Sharia compliant contract, which is particularly a contract which requires technically prudence and intellect for the purpose of assigning or delegating the consent as well. I will not go into what are the benefit and non-benefit. Early morning, Dr. Sami Suilam mentioned one thing very important. Case without Leila, it is other way around, Dr. Sami. We have now Leila, but we need a truly passionate case in order to be truly able to benefit from smart contracts or artificially intelligent platform or mind as well. So moving on quickly to few things. You have in this presentation definitions both given for Islamic law of contracts and contracts in legal systems, and also technically other requirements as well. So moving on to final things, smart contract paradigm in Islamic law. Mapping smart contract with similar contract required in three sets: valid contract, voidable contracts, and void contracts, batil contracts. So ascertaining the essential eligibility criteria with respect to ahliyatul haq or other basis or intellect or prudence. Does it exist in an artificially intelligent platform, which is usually an orphan platform? It's a matter for Islamic law's jurists to determine that as well. Particularly at the time when the contract is going to be negotiated or formed or executed, whether the party would have eligibility at that time in order to perform that contract as well. And technically, this would not. Now, why it is problematic? The reason it is going to be problematic with respect to the farming set of the contract, sale of certain assets which are identified and existing, sale by specification, which is a sana and salam, and then you have mutually exclusive promises automatically resulting into a contract. Here, the problem is that whether this outcome would be permissible from Sharia point of view or not in a smart contract regime. This is an essential feature. Then we have forward and a future as well. So technically an area that need to be considered in order to see the permissibility element. Now, the question is that if it is not seen in the context in which it should be seen, it might lead to the permissibility of the certain contract, which would otherwise not be permissible under Sharia. So in the excitement, in the midst of the corridor of technology, we might be facing certain challenges in this context as well. So it is important in this context that it would be important to consider and determine the basis and requirement for an artificially intelligent mind, electronic agent, or delegate to negotiate, form, and perform contract on behalf of a natural person or a juridical person, and be mindful of the fact that even in body corporate, a juridical or legal person, the person who is exercising the power is a natural person, but in an outbound electronic agent or a platform, there would not be any natural person performing that contract as well. And this is something we need to be considering. It is very important. Now, the question is Islamic law of contract ready to consider and accept the artificially intelligent mind or electronic agent in the context of a smart contract regime? If the answer is yes, then we need to have a reason data for this particular development. Now, one important aspect is that why I'm saying this, I'm not a pessimist, so I'm a great supporter and sitting on the three arms of the Islamic finance, being a practitioner, being on the legal side, and also on the Sharia compliance side as well. The challenges would remain that a full alignment at the three level would require consideration from scholars as well. And again, the point is that some of the structures we are today using as a force fit, and with under the principle of necessity, we should not have a similar excuse going forward. So we need to pay attention to the fact that anything that we do should go through a test of acceptability from Islamic law perspective. And thank you all. And I leave it to the distinguished panel to shed light on this. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Nazir Mian, for shedding light on smart contracts. Dr. Sami, may I request you to please present the next session?
Thank you, Brother Noor. Assalamu alaikum again, and I'm honored to be with this distinguished panel. I will just summarize the hackathon that the ISDB Institute organized early this year, and the outcomes and the winners were announced during the annual meeting of the ISDB in Algeria on the 20th of May this year. Our colleagues, they worked hard to design a hackathon on applying AI on AAOIFI accounting standard. We avoided Sharia standard because, at least in the beginning, this is very sensitive. It's okay to play with accounting, with all due respect to accountants, but it will be more dangerous to play with Sharia standards. So we said, okay, this is the first time ever this has been done. Let's start with a subset of the financial accounting standard of AAOIFI and subset of the financial instrument like istisna and ijara and so on. And let's start testing the AI engines available and what are the shortcomings that those AI engines at the time, because now we have GPT-5. At the time it was, I think, 4 point something. So we, our colleagues, they designed a set of tests. What kind of cases that to challenge the AI. Based on that, the hackathon, the competition, would be to design agents, AI agents, that would be able to fill in this gap or to answer those difficult questions that the publicly available AI was unable to answer. And just to give you an example, for example, the first challenge was standard real-world transaction. So the AI will be asked, X bought this from Y, and these are the terms of the sale transaction or Sasna transaction. Translate this into accounting. I have very limited understanding of accounting standards, so luckily I'm not the one who would judge the AI answer. But our colleagues who are expert in accounting, they were able to evaluate the answers of, for example, GPT and Claude, and I think Gemini. And surprisingly, GPT was able 95% to answer, to give the correct entries. You know, in accounting, there are entries, credit and debit and all these things. GPT was able to translate a text description of the transaction into accurate entries, accounting entries. But that was 95%. There are 5% cases it could not answer. So that's one line or one kind of challenge. The other challenge is reverse transactions. We show the AI the entries, and then we ask the AI, what could have been the transaction behind these entries? That's a reverse engineering, so to speak. And then the third challenge was how to enhance the standard itself, the wording, the clauses, the items, how to enhance these standards in a way that will make it more accurate and more specific and more detailed. And finally, the third challenge was the team, because there were many teams, I'll come to that, to develop their own challenge. So the competitors, each team competing, they were asked to have their own challenge and test it on the AI. So it was announced early this year. Initially, we had over 40 teams who have registers, each with at least 5 members. And our colleagues required that each team should have an accountant, an IT, and Islamic finance expert at least. So although there could be 5, but those 5 should have these 3 specialties. Otherwise, it will be messy. So all these 3 expertise were required in each team. Initially, there were 40 teams registered, and most of them were from Algeria because the annual meeting was planned to be held in Algeria anyway. After screening, we had 29 teams, and then from that, our colleagues selected the top 10 teams, shortlisting, 5 members in each team, so total now is 50. And there was an online workshop and test online activity with those teams. And then that was 8th and 10th of May. From those 10 teams, the best 3 were selected, and they were on site in Algeria on the 15th and 17th of May to do the final, testing and final evaluation of the challenges. It was a very extensive experience. We had the Institute developed, of course, in collaboration with an AI company, a platform that would help those teams to develop those AI agents. And then there was, of course, a team of judges from both AAOIFI and from the ISDBI to evaluate the answers and the solutions. And finally, the winners were announced on the 20th of May in Algeria. The first team, they got $10,000. The second team, they got $7,000. And the third team, they got $4,000. Now, this was only for a subset of AAOIFI accounting standards and subset of the instruments. There is still a lot of work to be done in order to develop AI agent for the entire accounting standards and then to move to the Sharia standard and other standards. It's a long way. It's not an easy job, by the way, but I can say confidently when I saw those youngsters working on the competition on the ground, that our member countries has a wealth of human capital, a wealth of skills. And those youngsters are very energetic, very creative, very eager to contribute. So we do have the resources, but we need to capitalize on those resources. We are planning to continue. Inshallah, we will have another hackathon next year, and it will be a regular, inshallah, program so that we are able to finish the accounting standards, inshallah, within a reasonable time. We really appreciate the support of AAOIFI and the support of all the colleagues who have participated. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Dr. Sami, for sharing the hackathon experience. And I think you did very well with staying clear of Sharia standards. I've learned the hard way that's not something you should do. Mr. Khalid, yeah, please, your turn.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I think I'm very impressed with what I just heard by Dr. Sami. And I think we, from practical perspective, we faced a lot of challenges when it comes into the standards because principle-based versus rule-based, we have a big area for deliberation and implementation. I hope next stage, Dr. Sami, you can come to start to reduce this gap and bring more value into close all these challenging experience which we faced during the past. From my side, actually, it's very difficult to come to the AAOIFI as a CEO and talk about artificial intelligence next to Dr. Sami and my colleagues here. I was scared a little bit, but today I'm coming to share with you my experience as a CEO in the Islamic banking industry and how we are receiving the changes in the technological environment. So today the discussion is more about the technological changes in the environment, and based on that, how we are receiving. I think the first thing we have to take is the first wave, which is the digital transformation. And we all lived the experience before COVID and post-COVID. And I think I go back to Brett King in his statement. He said, the bank is no more a place you visit, it's something you do. So this is shift us from the physical business model, where we are talking about physical branches. You have to go at a specific time to do your job, into a virtual, where he continued his statement to say that it's something you do whenever and wherever you want, whenever 24/7 and wherever there is no physical place is virtual. When we received this in 2014-15, and we are in the middle of traditional banking, and the board and the environment and the ecosystem asked us to switch the mind, I think it wasn't something simple to adapt to. So this is the first wave we faced. The second wave, which I believe is really a very critical and a foundation of the shift on the mind on the banking sector, is when the programmers being able to let the machine understand the human language, which is the natural language processing. This is very, very important. And today we are discussing artificial intelligence only because we reached this. Previously, you have to be a programmer, you have to go through bachelor or master, and you will teach the machine to do specific items. They cannot do more. So there is a limitation. And this change, using the human language by machine, is the biggest actually change or shift on the mind, which I believe it's unlimited, because whenever you go deep, you will discover you are still in the beginning of the story. So this is the second challenge actually we are facing. Today, everyone is talking about automation. Now, automation started maybe decades ago, but the most critical part today is the intelligent automation, which will come through the artificial intelligence. So we have 3 waves we faced actually. I'm coming from Oman, from Bank Nizwa, 13 years old bank, medium-sized bank. 2019, being a CEO, I decided to talk to the board saying, please, I have to adapt digital strategy. I have to face the technological changes and I have to be part of the ecosystem. So we started a digital strategy. It went through 3 phases. Phase 1, it was more about the refurbishment of the infrastructure. After 10 years, I have to change my servers, I have to change my network, I have to be able to talk to the new era on the system. So we did it immediately. And the second was more about the core banking. Either you bring a new core banking able to take the APIs into implementation, or you upgrade. Due to maybe the cost and other consideration, we upgraded the core banking, but it's able to have a multi-unlimited APIs to be connected. So this is the phase 2. Phase 3, honestly, our strategy was to turn the bank into a platform. It's a big statement, but this is what we decided to do. We said we want the bank to be a platform. In order to do that, we started with the retail banking. Aside of the mobile application, we are now introducing digital-only bank. We call it Kafu. It's a platform powered by Bank Nizwa, and it's end-to-end straight-through process solution. So digital onboarding and straight-through process, ending with the whole journey, introducing the artificial intelligence on the KYC, on the AML, and in fraud monitoring, as well as boarding. I'm just sharing something which is linked us to the real economy. Previously, we as bankers, we have to ask for utility bill to confirm the address. Okay, currently using this artificial intelligence, using the mobile application, you will find a physical, very beautiful branch with this good staff sitting there, but will ask you to do the implementation through the mobile application or through the application itself. But the address you are sitting, you need to go to that place and fill the application, because we will be using the Google map to confirm your location. And this is something coming from the reality. I'll go back to the initial stage of the Islamic banking. Bank Nizwa, we introduced Murabaha. Being the most conservative Sharia-wise bank in Oman, we identify the Murabaha through agent, yani mandub, who will go and confirm the delivery of the goods between the buyer and between the bank to the customer. And it's not about the cost, but it's about the efficiency. And imagine we are there, and today we just heard a presentation on the smart contract. So where we are, where we have to be, it's a bigger question. But this, what I'm sharing with you, is all about the reality and to what extent you are adaptable to take this. Why I'm sharing with you this, because I used to be in a finance, not in a digital IT CIO role, but I discovered the challenges which we are facing today, they are unlimited, but I can see today the artificial intelligence crossed the threshold of pilots into enterprise value. And this is already in the ground as it's implemented. So it depends on you. Are you ahead of the curve, or you are still thinking to do that? I think immediately all banks, they have to have a full-time AI team within their functionality. This is something very important to just recap what is happening. This is one. The challenge which we are facing, maybe all agree with me, is the data. Data cleansing. While we are shooting high, you have to go and check your static information, and you have to ensure this is ongoing process. The second challenge which we are facing is the talent. I had a conversation last year with the Central Bank of Oman, trying to introduce the concept of digital Islamic platform. And I told him frankly what we are facing on ground. We have experience in ground, myself 30 years of experience, my team more than 100 years. but we are bankers, we are not digital savvy. So today, going to the platform with this mentality, how can I close the gap? So first of all, there is a new type of customer journey, a new type of products, a new type of everything. I recall, in reality, discussion with one of the compliance officers in one of the banks, of course not Bank Nizwa. They asked how I will verify the digital contracts. I want to print something and check. Do you see the gap between where we are targeting and where we are standing? I think bankers will not be able to do everything without a strong partnership with fintech. And this is will bring us to continue with you the phase 3 of Bank Nizwa digital strategy, which is digital bank for the retail and a solution through transactional banking, trade finance for the corporate, because we want to make the way to the bank coming digital. This is only the first part of the phase 3. The second, it's more about data analytics. We started with data strategy, then data analytics. But of course, data cleansing is an ongoing exercise, and we need to bring in new people that are able to do the data analytics in the way it's needed. The second phase, it's more about open banking. And I have to emphasize, they say here, I believe personally, open banking also is another wave, which is changing also or build on the change on the mind of the bankers, going virtual. No more I have to do acquiring for my clients through a normal process. Today, I have to follow my clients through the network. So in the open banking, some bankers, they are against the open banking because the way the fintech introduced it, initially they came to replace banks. But I think they did a mistake because it put us as a bankers on the other side. I will not open, okay? But as we go, as a bankers, at Bank Nizwa, our open banking strategy, it depends on a win-win partnership. I want to actually partner with fintech who can bring me in a new segment, which I'm unable to reach today. They will bring it through a solution. So this will support the financial inclusion. And this also will bring me, increasing my reach and will bring me in a new area. So in reality, our aim at Bank Nizwa is to shift this digital bank, to spin it off as independent entity. We'll do migration for our clients to go with the digital strategy aside of this. And we will be ending, if Allah ta'ala al-umr, in 3 years, 4 years, to have a chief digital business officer at the bank who is responsible for digital revenues targets. We need to bring it in parallel. Of course, the bank will continue as is on the corporate side, on the retail, but this is the way, because this is just a reflection of the vision, what will be happening in 5 to 10 years. We strongly believe at Bank Nizwa on connected strategy. Connected strategy, it means my strategy is no more a secret. I have to share it, and I have to find partner from the fintech who will link with my strategy to build the ecosystem, because this will give the sustainability. I would like to stop here. There is a lot to discuss on the challenges, but I think the last thing I want to mention, how we are closing the gap on the human resources, which is very important. Due to that, I cannot ask my team to do something without offering them the training. So the digitalization, we went at a board level and C-level with orientation, webinars, and workshops to understand strategically what do we mean by digital and why we want it. Then at a whole bank level, we did the same awareness, but there is a core team called digital task force team. We sent them through a postgraduate actually certificates from MIT, Columbia, others, because they are responsible to be the brain of the bank. This is internally, while also we have consultants who are actually exchanging the knowledge and build this knowledge to our staff as we go. So this is actually a very summary what we are doing at Bank Nizwa. A lot of challenges. We have to meet their shareholders' net profit. At the same time, we have to build the bank. This is one pillar of our strategy, which is the digital. We have another strategy, which is sustainability, which is also ongoing in parallel. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Khalid, for sharing some practical examples of digital implementation and use of technology. May I now invite Dr. Motaz Abu Jaib to make your presentation, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Jazakumullah khair. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, dear panelists. What I would like to share today with you, I think I will build a lot on what Mr. Khalid has explained. I think he really shed light on what the important aspect, on the impact on the banking. So I think we really need to understand AI in a bigger picture, right? What is happening in the AI? I think it is part of a big change, much bigger change. And maybe we can be even courageous and say that, it is a change, it's a shift of power from currency power to cloud computing, data center, AI power. So I think, today, most of you may agree that the most valuable asset is data. So it is not anymore that, the normal banking that we know. It's more of the data that we have. And what AI did is just enable us to use more efficiently the big data that we were collecting and over the years, which has a very big impact on the whole banking model. So I think I have one slide, to be honest, but I think it is one of slides that might explain, this shift. But let me pick up the pointer. Yeah, so this is basically this is from McKinsey report. It's a couple of years ago, but it was more on digitalization and the impact of the digitalization on the banking model. But I think it is really now the whole vision. This is accelerating by the AI. So it is a more of shift from traditional models to agile, customer-centric, personalized services. So the expectation of the market became much more different. So what we can see, so you see here that basically because of using the AI, we are able to understand better the needs of the market. We can anticipate what are the customer needs. We can also know more about their behavior, and we can know the content and the context of what they are doing, where they are spending, when they are spending, how they are spending, and why. And basically, we can also know about their preferences. So because we know all of this, basically, and because of the AI, the customers now are expecting, basically, from the banks, they have different expectations. So the recent surveys confirm that, it's the concern or the, of the clients are not anymore on the cost of financing. It's not about the interest rate even, right? So even in traditional rates, it's more of how these banks or financial institutions will serve us. So now the banks, this is maybe what Mr. Khalid was trying to explain, that, it's more the expectation now that the bank need to come up with a full services to the clients. It's more of digitalization journey. We need to build on this layer and basically reimagining the whole engagement layer with the banks. Whether the banks will be able to do this, or whether new fintech or a wave of new startups, AI agents, technology solutions will play this role, this is a big question. But with the open banking, I agree with Mr. Khalid that basically with open banking, you are, as a bank, you are forced to put all the data for the fintech and the startups to leverage on, and then basically they can build up this layer. However, what is very important today is to understand that basically, because of this AI, that basically the expectation of our clients now became different. So if we are as bankers, we would like to remain serving the clients, we really need to change. There are two solutions only. Either we remain focusing on the credit side and then basically losing a lot of the business, and then we will become a back office. The clients will not deal with us, or we need to change and make this change within our operational side and integrate AI and integrate the technology and digitalization to serve the clients. So basically, this is where we can see that the success today is really measured basically on our ability to serve these clients. So here is just a snapshot of, and this is from the data last year. This is a snapshot of AI application in the banking sector. We don't have the time today, but basically for each use case or for each segment of the services, we have identified at least one bank, they already have a solution, an AI solution to help on. So the AI is now shifting, basically helping the banks on having a new offering, especially in terms of, offering the credit or the financing at the point of sale, right? So let me give you a very simple, without this complication. A very simple, I think, something that you can test yourself. Today in OpenAI, the ChatGPT general model, you can enable the AI agent and ask him that you would like to go for a vacation. It will give you a few options, and then you can say, okay, check on the booking, what is the cheapest one? And then it will give you the question. It will ask you, do you like me to book it for you? And if you integrate with the new browser of OpenAI and you have already your payment there, basically it will book. It will go to booking or whatever, another service provider, and it will book and pay for the basically the trip. So do you think now a customer who has this, if he would like to finance his trip, will say, oh, okay, let me pause here now and I will go put an application to the bank and wait for a credit process? We cannot imagine this. So whatever this AI will propose, and probably will propose, the most agile banking integrated services, we will go with all this integration of payment solutions and AI and banking, digital banking services. Definitely the clients will go directly to this. So this is a real threat, and understanding the AI and the impact of it on Islamic finance, I think, as industry, is much way beyond just that. Can we leverage on this for Sharia or fatwa or else, right? So there are important questions regarding the ability of AI to do and support us on these solutions, but the impact is much wider. So we can see that now here, I think I will not go into details, but basically the impact of the AI use case going from offering to the experience to enablement in all type of services. So, on the Islamic finance, I think, the use case also, we can add to these use cases, of course, the Sharia compliance, right? I'm not talking here about the fatwa issuance, but it's the compliance is basically we are comparing our performance and the transactions, the flow with the set of rules that we have. We already have the standards, we already have the internal Sharia committee rules. So we can think about so many use cases of AI, especially for Islamic finance. And to be honest, there are today so many service providers already have some solution in the market. Most of them, they are piloting it. And among these solutions, we are also at IFAS, we have developed some AI solution that we are looking for piloting with, at no cost with one of the banks or a couple of banks to basically test it and enhance it. So in this AI, there are really a huge way and there is a wide room for innovation. And, it is really changing the whole operational model of the banking. So finally, what I, within 2 minutes, maybe what I would like also to shed light on is more on the, probably the risk that, it's always we talk about this impact of, the risk that, maybe the accuracy, Dr. Sami mentioned that, the accuracy. I think, the way how we can address this risk is basically
by having a more of customized solution, integrating the human experience with the AI. So put it very simply, in any AI solution to check Sharia compliance or something, or even for credit analysis, the AI will do the credit analysis, will give you the whole file prepared, might even give you a recommended decision, but still, as a credit officer, you may check and you may approve or disapprove. Similarly, in the Sharia compliance, the tool we are building is basically something like that, is more basically multi-agent solution, doing most of the work and tackling also another risk that basically on the confidentiality of the information, because the solution can sanitize the private information. So these are all available today within the AI models, the general models, and the LLM that can be provided. And I think we really need to be to leverage on AI, and I think it is already there. Most of the bankers I know, most of the professionals I know, they are depending on AI, but we just need to be aware of such risk and maybe finding a way of dealing with it. A final comment on another very important risk that now I'm foresee is more an impact on the future experts. What I have noticed, but basically because of the AI is very good tool in the hands of the senior experts. So what we have seen is basically the juniors are have less chance to work, basically, because as a seniors usually will give their junior basically to analyze, for example, the work, to check the standards first, and then you will give your final decision. Now you don't need the juniors. You will engage an AI in this process. So the question now, if we start this process after a few years, how we will have a seniors? So without these juniors having the exposure to work with us. And that goes to every aspect, whether Sharia compliance or any part of the banking experience. So with this, let me conclude because of the time. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Thank you very much for sharing customer-centric AI-based solutions and generative AI use in financial services. We now open the session for questions. So please go ahead. Yeah, please.
باللغة العربية بدي أتكلم.
تفضل.
عنوان الجلسة العقود الذكية. والعقود الذكية حبينا لو يتوسع فيها بقسموها لقسمين. في عقود ذكية زي ما حكى أستاذنا المتحدث الأول، أنت بتبرمج العقد على دعامة إلكترونية، بتحط اللي بدك إياه فيها ويلتزم الذكاء الصناعي بتنفيذ ما برمجته. هذه أول ما أطلقوا عليها مصطلح الوكيل الذكي، ولكن هذه التسمية إحنا رفضناها من ناحية شرع وقانون وسقطت، لأنه إحنا في القانون منفرق والشرع منفرق بين الرسول ووكيل. الرسول ناقل للإرادة وليس له سلطة إنشاء تصرف، والوكيل له سلطة إنشاء، واللي بده ينشئ بده يكون شخص، والريبورت ليس شخص. فاتصححت التسمية لعقود ذاتية التنفيذ. إحنا ما عندنا فيها مشكلة، لكن في شغلة عندهم إنه بقول لك هذا الريبورت نسبة خطأه تقريبا معدومة. طبعا وانت بس تستثمر من خلال الريبورت بنفذ إرادتك، فيش خطأ. وإحنا حولوا التزام المستثمر من التزام ببذل عناية إلى تحقيق نتيجة. يعني أنا ضامن لك للخسارة. مشكلتنا الشرعية فيه إنه عقد المضاربة عندي في الشرع التزام المضارب التزام ببذل عناية. لو أنت يعني حطيت فلوسك يضارب لك فيها شخص طبيعي وقال لك أنا بتحمل أي خسارة، أصبح العقد مرفوض شرعا. فإحنا حتى لو كان عقد ذات التنفيذ يجي واحد يقول بدي أحول التزامه من بذل عناية لتحقيق نتيجة، فإن شرعا هذا مرفوض. ماشي؟ يعني الشريعة ما بتقبل. الإشكالية في النوع الثاني اللي هي بيسموه الجيل الحديث من الروبورتات. أنت بتدخل على الدعامة الإلكترونية التعليمات، ولكن عنده قدرة على تحليل المعلومات وفهمها وإنشاء تصرفات غير اللي أنت حكيت له إياها. هذه اللي اليوم زي ما حكينا الآن بيقول لك طيب هذا مين اللي أنشأ العقد؟ طب أنا أعطيته تعليمات، والتعليمات اللي يعني زودت الريبورت فيها هو خالفها واستثمر لي بدل النفط استثمر لي في الذهب. طب هذا العقد كيف بدي أقبل في صحته؟ ومين اللي بده يتحمل مسؤوليته؟ طبعا هم حاولوا زي ما حكينا في الصباح انه يعطوا الريبورت شخصية قانونية، فشلت. حكوا في شيء اسمه نظرية النائب الإنساني، انه كل واحد له دخل في الروبورت بدي حمله مسؤولية. طبعا احنا في الشرع ممكن اجي انا احكي انه في عندي انا قاعدة اسمها الغرم بالغنم، اني اجي اقول هذا شيء اللي كان يغنم من وراه هو بده يتحمل مسؤوليته، إلا إذا كان في عند يعني في من الناس اللي صنعوا أو برمجوا أو كذا في خطأ، فساعتها إذا ظهر الخطأ فبحملوا المسؤولية. بعدين شغلة ثاني إنه في كثير من المسؤولية بتكون دائما على سوء النية. الريبورتات ليست شخصة فبالتالي لا يتصور منها سؤالية.
Let me answer this.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah, just you allow me بالعربي أو بالإنجليزي اللي رايحك. بس أجاوبك على جزء من السؤال اللي انطرح في البداية. The first session you asked. I just want to share with you. Last year in November, there was a discussion in one AI session in New York with the University of Columbia, and the same question came: who is responsible? And the answer came: the organization and the bank is the ultimate responsible. There is nothing called AI, which I go to the court and raise a court. This is not why. Because simple delegation of authority, and the CEO, whoever sign a user acceptable, UTA, okay, the acceptance he signed, so he's responsible. So they consider this as a part of the delegation, because when you delegate, you have to take the in and out. And now you are accepting whatever based on the criteria put for these contracts or for the AI software. So in reality, whatever you are implementing, the bank or the organization, they are responsible. There are cases in US related to discrimination in recruitment, for example. So when they are raising this, the bank or the organization, they are in the opposite of the court to clear this. So this is now the practice in particular for the general question. When it comes into the other part, maybe I leave my colleague to.
Thank you for your question, Doug. There are two aspects to AI. One is ancillary benefit, and there is no denying the fact that we have to admire and accept, and we are very excited. And I think that since morning, everybody is praising, and that's the future. Other aspect is the AI use in a smart contract. Smart contracts are basically AI-driven contracts. The question is that it's fully automated. There are two aspects. Digitization is one aspect, and if the platform is acting as an agent for both, for seller and buyer, in an environment when the original person who have delegated that authority to an orphan intelligent, artificially intelligent platform, probably one of those persons might not have the capacity to enter into contract at that particular point of time. This is the issue. It's not the issue that whether you can delegate, whether you cannot delegate. Now the issue is that it's there are certain contracts that are permissible, impermissible because of the authority eligibility from a Sharia compliance perspective. You need to ensure that the eligibility at the relevant point of time, it does exist. If that does not exist, the contract is invalid or contract is voidable, in terms of Sharia nominate contracts nature. And also since 2008, since we had the smart contract regime in place, I have been looking around the globe to see the legal compatibility. So the issue has not yet been settled. So now this is one aspect in the legal side, apart from the Sharia side. Sharia has not yet assessed these contracts, has not yet assessed the ability of an electronic agent, electronic mind to execute contract for on behalf of both persons. This has not been done yet. My plea was, and my plea is, that instead of having a force-fit arrangement going forward, as is the case with most of Islamic finance products, we need to be vigilant, mindful at this stage, and put the benefit of scholars and get their consent in order to determine the eligibility criteria and put together a standard so as to enable us to use these technological advancement to our benefit instead of just a user based on the principle of necessity. I think we need to to give away to some extent the principle of necessity, because this is the future and we need to take this future with full heart and not in half-heartedly.
Thank you. Any other questions? Please.
دكتور اسماعيل، السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام.
شكرا جزيلا. من السؤال بس باللغه العربيه بس نوجهه للساده ونشكرهم على العرض الطيب، لكن ورد في احد الكلمات ان النهارده ممكن الاي اي تعطينا قرارات او معلومات يمكن من خلالها اتخاذ القرار مباشره كقرارات استراتيجيه، فهل معنى هذا ان احنا مجرد ان يبقى القرار هيتخذ من خلال الاي اي ولا يتخذ من اي من القرارات؟ يعني دي في التطور اللي احنا شايفينه دلوقتي على مستوى العالم كله، خاصه في ناحيه الفinTech وخاصه في الجوانب البنكيه، هل احنا مع كده ان احنا ممكن ناخد القرار من خلال الاي اي؟ ويمكن السؤال ده مع اذنك لو دكتور سامي، يعني اتمنى اللي جاوب من عند دكتور سامي. دكتور سامي.
دكتور سامي.
ممكن تعيد الجزء الأخير من السؤال؟
هل من الممكن ان احنا يكون قراراتنا الاستراتيجيه كلها من خلال الاي اي، يعني هو يدينا القرار نتنفذ مباشره لما هو الام اي اس يخرج من عنده، هو كل اللي مدينا التفكير اللي احنا المفروض نتوجه اليه هو الاستراتيجيه بتاعته يكون من خلاله؟
اوكي، انا بجاوب يعني بحسب as far as I can tell. يعني I don't think AI is good in product development, if that was the question. Innovation and creativity is not the area. AI by design is only for pattern recognition. It will detect patterns and then predict the next outcome based on the pattern. So it will not be able to get out of the pattern and create a new pattern. That's the nature of AI. Human judgment, human creativity must be there, and it will otherwise. Of course, now everybody is fond of AI, and but gradually you will immediately realize AI is unable to think out of the box. That's the short answer. Unless, of course, you give the instructions to the AI directly how to get out of the box. But that would require a very complicated process. I don't know if I answered your question, but that's
Thank you. Please. Yes.
شكرا لكم على إتاحة هذه الفرصة. والحقيقة الموضوع ماتع ويحتاج إلى الكثير من الدقة والحذر كذلك في الكلام، لأن أنا عذرا ممكن أتكلم بالعربية. يعني الحقيقة كل التفسيرات المعاصرة تكاد تكون في مستوى نضج أقل من هو النضج الذي يفترض أن تكون عليه. مثلا من ناحية تكييف هذه العقود من الناحية الشرعية، ما هو تكييف العقد الإلكتروني أو العقود الإلكترونية؟ ما هو أو ما هي الصورة التي تأخذها؟ ما هي الطبيعة الفقهية التي يمكن أن تطلق على مثل هذه العقود؟ عندما تأملت كثيرا في هذا المجال لمدة أكثر من سنة وأنا أتأمل، لعلي وجدت أقرب ما يكون أن تكون هذه الصورة صورة بيع المعاطاة، لأن القبول الذي يسبح في الفضاء يسبح في فضاء إلكتروني. هذا يريد أن يبيع بيتا، يجد أنه يتوافق مع إيجاب معين في نفس المواصفات فيعقد هذا العقد نيابة عن المتعاقد الثاني الذي يفترض أن يعقده بنفسه، لكنه في الحقيقة فوضه كما اتفق الإخوة، فوضه تفويضا حقيقيا بعقد هذا العقد. فهو لا نقول أنه ليس بوكالة أو هي وكالة مصمتة، لا، هي وكالة حقيقية حتى لو أسميناها ما أسميناها. ثم ننتقل إلى مسألة أخرى أيها الإخوة، وهي ما يجب أن تكون عليه نقاشاتنا في المستقبل، لا نقول في المستقبل البعيد بل في المستقبل القريب، وهي صيغ التمويل الإسلامي في عصر الذكاء الاصطناعي. كيف سيكون هناك مرابحة بصورة الذكاء الاصطناعي؟ كيف ستكون هناك صيغ إسلامية في التمويل الإسلامي؟ كيف سنعقد تلك الصيغ وسنستغني عن تلك التعقيدات الطويلة التي أرهقت كاهل
Can you please briefly ask the question because
نعم.
we're running out of
بس
time.
ألخص يعني ما هي يعني صورة صيغ التمويل الإسلامي فيما هو مستقبل من أيام. شكرا لكم.
Khalid, any comment? Brief.
Yes, of course. Certainly, the question is on a particular smart contract. Yes. The challenge I'm alluding to, and I'm inviting scholars to have a deliberation on that, is that there is a concept in Sharia that agent can only be a person who is capable of performing in his own right. An artificially intelligent platform or phone would not have that capacity to act as an agent. So these contracts are automatically negotiated based on a predefined protocols and are going to be formed, performed, and executed. The question is that we have certain sensitivity with respect to certain Sharia nominated contract. Like a promise is automatically converting into a contract is a challenge, is a difficulties. It's called forward. It's not permissible. And throughout the 45 years of Islamic finance industry, and we have been struggling and we have been resisting this. So now, if in the excitement of the AI and all these things, we go with the smart contract regime, and a promise is a mutually exclusive promise, is going to be executed by an artificially intelligent orphan platform, which is not being managed by a juridical person as a natural person or a legal person, then technically we are eroding the Sharia basis for permissibility, and we are allowing a forward contracts. So these are some of the challenges I'm alluding to that need to be deliberated in order to put check and balance in place to ensure Sharia compliance.
Thank you. Please, you have the speak mic. Yes.
Yes. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My question goes directly to a very good example that Dr. Sami Suilam has shown on capacity building by having an AI hacker challenge. Coming from the audit background, I ask myself two questions on the scenario of to be and to be seen to be. While we are having a hacker challenge, number one, how do we deal with the world perception that we are actually training hackers? That's why I say to be or to be seen to be. That's a world view. And second, as part of the challenge and the aim, the capacity building support, what plans are there to ensure that we incorporate the ethical part of it so that these trainees do not actually get carried away and they see this is part of life and they actually become hackers? Thank you.
Dr. Sami, would you like to answer?
Yeah,
Now,
I can.
or wait?
No.
Thank you very much. Of course, the hackathon, we had experts from AAOIFI, experts from the Institute, who would verify the answers. So we are not giving the AI, actually we are testing the AI. We are examining the shortcomings and deficiencies of the AI. So that's how to build a better version of the AI so that it can answer the questions in a better manner. We are not, of course, ideally you can supply the AI with the balance sheet or financial statement, and it can gives you, it can offer a view on you know, from accounting point of view, you know, and later on, inshallah, from Sharia. But you know, I don't think AI will replace humans. I don't think this is true. Yes, some jobs will disappear. That is true. But that doesn't mean humans will have no place in a world governed by AI. That's not true. But now we are in a bubble, you know, this frenzy of AI, and everybody is, you know, talking about it. It will not take you long before you immediately find or detect the shortcomings of the AI. There are limits of the AI, what can do and what it cannot. In any case, the hackathon, we were very, very careful that the experts already know the answers before asking the AI, so that we can identify the gaps in the answers of the AI. That doesn't mean people do not make mistakes. People make mistakes, but as a first phase, we were very careful that the experts understand very well the problem before asking the AI. And actually, the hackathon was to challenge the AI. That was the hackathon. The hackathon was to challenge the AI, identify the gaps in the publicly available AI engines, and then develop agents that would fill in these gaps. Of course, this is a long journey, and we are, inshallah, continuing in that direction to improve and enhance the, and it will never stop. Learning will never stop, neither for human beings nor for the AI.
That's very encouraging.
If you allow me just to add here, I think, you know, to understand this, we really need to remember AI is algorithm. It's algorithm at the end of the day. Whatever we are asking this AI, there are so many types of AI. The generative AI can come up with the new conditions. And I really understand the challenge that, you know, what if, for example, this AI solution promised us to bring the cheapest or the simplest solution in the market or certain service, and then basically because of something within the algorithm, it is cheating us, right? It directs us to someone who paid more, or service provider who paid more, or whatever other reason. Similarly, on whatever we ask questions, I think here we need to understand two things. There are the general models that are available, which we are building upon them, or many of the service provider today are building upon them. Let's say, for example, OpenAI is a general model. There are, you know, another layer you can build upon this general model, and you can control it to certain extent. And here there is a risk. There is a huge risk of so many things, because there are, you know, the algorithm, we don't control 100%. We can control something. So whatever we can do, the maximum we can do, I agree with Dr. Sami, that, you know, you need the human to verify and validate. That's the only mitigation that you can have. Or I think, you know, you cannot mitigate it otherwise. There will be always a risk. Or you build another LLM solution from the whole algorithm, which you control. And that's requires a huge investment. I think Saudi Arabia is doing something like that, which is great important, because we are talking here about like sovereignty, and, you know, it's very important that we reach that level. But my point is that there are two, let's differentiate always between these two kind of solutions on the AI, and holding the responsibility and talking about the Sharia and the contracts, who should be accountable for the responsibility. It's also based on these two layers. So this is what I just wanted to share.
Thank you. I'm told by the organizer we need to close, but I'll give you an opportunity for last question.
Okay,
Yes, please.
Thank you.
But please be brief.
Sure, I will be. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Dr. Mohammed Salim from the University of Bahrain. In fact, conventional finance is using AI. And if we take care of Islamic finance and keep it free from riba, gharar, qimar, and from haram products, and free from shubuhat. Today or tomorrow, Islamic finance will take over. Because Allah SWT says, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, فَأَمَّا الزَّبَدُ فَيَذْهَبْ جُفَاءً وَأَمَّا مَا يَنْفَعُ النَّاسِ فَيَمْكُثُ فِي الْأَرْضِ. So we have to be prepared with the technology, with all the latest technology. Muslims are, in fact, smarter. They are very good with the technology. If we just take statistics, who are using more WhatsApp? I went to Canada in this summer, and those people, they even don't know what's WhatsApp. So, but in Muslim countries who are developed or less developed, they're using more technology, and they're very good in technology. So we should not be afraid. We should be leader of technology, because Muslims who established the foundation of technology and science and everything. So today we should take care of our Islamic finance, and we should look forward that one day, tomorrow, today or tomorrow, Islamic finance will take over the whole world. Whole world will be under Islamic financial system, because it is lower. It reduces cost, and AI helps us to reduce cost. Even if we compare Islamic finance, Islamic banking system, and conventional banking system, they have lots of fees. But Islamic finance, they don't have those things. It's still today. So if we introduce AI, our cost will be even lower. So all Islamic banks today or tomorrow will be multinational Islamic banks, and we look forward to those.
Thank you for your comments. There's no question in there, so we will not respond to this.
Only one thing, in a half a minute, just one thing. What we are discussing today is related to the governance of the AI. And this is very important. All the challenges you are sharing, it will come stepwise. Today, all the central banks, many of the central banks already issued regulations for artificial intelligence, including GCC countries, and everything will go step by step. It's not open-ended story where we are not identifying the risk. There is a regulation, there is internal risk management appetite, which we have to adhere to. All that, honestly, the affairs which we are discussing today, the scenarios, it will go step by step through regulated, because banking is the most sophisticated industry, and it will continue even with artificial intelligence. The last thing, what we are worried of a future 5 years in the way or more, the artificial intelligence impact will change on the wealth distribution. At institutional level, you will see skilled short group or small group of skilled people sitting there, and large community, they are unskilled, so you need to upskill yourself. The second, there will be also distribution. Today we have countries, they are investing trillions in artificial intelligence. In the way 5-7 years, they will be the centers, and other countries, they have to follow. So we think there is a social and political impact you have to be aware of and anticipate it and try to be fair, not to be impacted.
Thank you, my co-panelists, for your comments, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry we really ran out. The next session, they are waiting, and I think they threw me off the stage.
Can I answer one last question?
Sorry, I promised them last question. We have to close. Thank you very much. We appreciate your interest and engagement. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
This brings us to the close of the second session of the day. And I sincerely thank, on behalf of AOIFI, the chairperson, Mr. Noor Rahman Abid, as well as the distinguished panelists, Dr. Sami Suilam, Mr. Khalid Al-Qaid, Mr. Muhammad Mia Nazir, and Dr. Mu'taz Abu Jaib. I sincerely thank all of you for engaging us in such an interesting and insightful conversation. And I also want to thank all of you for your active participation. We are now going to have a 10-minute Asr and coffee break, and we'll reconvene, inshallah, by 3:30. Oh, sorry, 3:50 p.m. 3:50. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Welcome back and thank you for joining us in the last session of the first day of AAOIFI-IsDB 20th Annual Islamic Banking and Finance Conference. Our third session explores how the Islamic finance literacy can go beyond the traditional training and enhance inclusion and strengthen Sharia decision-making. This session is titled Islamic Finance Literacy and Awareness, Going Beyond Capacity Building. Back in 2008, I conducted the first Islamic finance training session. And in the last slide of the 20 slides presentation, I listed the challenges that face Islamic finance. And guess what was the first challenge on the list? Yes, indeed, capacity building. So here we are, 17 years later, talking about this pressing issue. For this session, I would like to invite the chairman, Mr. Hamza Bawazir, who is the Secretary General of SIBAFI. Also joining us in the panel is Professor Muhammad Sharif Al-Amri, who's the Professor of Islamic Economic and Finance in Istanbul Sabah ad-Din Zaim University. From the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, I would like to invite Dr. Muhammad Imran, who is the Group Head of Bank Al-Falah, to join us on stage. I'm very pleased to invite my professor, Dr. Humayun Dar, who is a great leader and an expert in Islamic finance, also the Director General at Cambridge Institute of Islamic Finance. Dr. Billo Lawal Dambata, the former Secretary General of IFSB, please join us on stage. Mr. Chairman and panelists, the floor is yours.
شكرا لك يعطيك العافية. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته جميعا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين. It is a great honor to welcome you all to this significant session titled Islamic Financial Literacy and Awareness, Going Beyond Capacity Building. Over the past decades, much of our collective effort in Islamic finance has focused on capacity building, training professionals, developing qualifications, and strengthening institutions. While these are essential steps, they address only part of the picture. What we truly need today is social literacy, a broad and deep understanding of Islamic finance principles among the public. The literacy of the wider society is what ultimately drives authenticity in Islamic finance. When individuals, entrepreneurs, and communities are financially literate, they can become informed participants who demand genuine Sharia-compliant solutions and exert community pressure for a real Islamic economy, finance, and banking system. A well-informed society holds institutions accountable, conduct, and ensures that Islamic finance evolves as a values-driven movement rather than a product-driven market. However, most Islamic financial literacy efforts today remain focused at a micro level. Personal finance, banking products, and basic Sharia compliance awareness. Very few initiatives address the macroeconomic dimension. The underlying infrastructure, regulatory frameworks, and monetary systems that shape Islamic banking and financial behavior. As a result, we often find ourselves trying to fit Islamic products into a conventional system that was never designed for them, which perpetuates doubt and compromise. What we truly need is a maqasid-aligned macroeconomic theory, one that supports justice, transparency, inclusion, and ethical prosperity. This shift requires not only intellectual frameworks, but also cultural and educational transformation. One of the most powerful means to achieve this transformation is storytelling. Real stories from the marketplace of Medina to today's financial realities can humanize Islamic finance, simplify its principles, and connect values to daily decision making. Storytelling transforms abstract financial ethics into relatable experiences. It makes students, customers, and policymakers alike see that Islamic finance is not a niche or theoretical field, but a living ethical system that touches every part of our economic lives. If we want Islamic finance literacy to reach hearts as well as minds, we must teach it through narratives that inspire, through case studies that engage, and through examples that prove the moral and social value of Islamic economic principles. This panel is an opportunity to reflect on these deeper questions. How can we expand Islamic financial literacy from a micro level focus on products and services to a macro level understanding of systems and purpose? And how can storytelling, technology, and education work together to bring Islamic economics closer to society? With us today are distinguished scholars and practitioners whose expertise spans academia, policy, banking, and global thought leadership. Together, we aim to explore how Islamic financial literacy can become a bridge between knowledge and authenticity, between individual awareness and systematic reform. I am deeply honored to moderate this discussion and to learn from your valuable insights, my distinguished speakers. May our dialogue today contribute meaningfully to the ongoing journey toward the truly maqasid-driven Islamic economy, one that only informs minds, but also one that not only informs minds, but also inspires hearts. So for our first question, to Dr. Professor Muhammad Sharif Al-Amri and to Dr. Humayun, from an academic and conceptual lens, how should we define Islamic financial literacy distinct from conventional financial literacy, and why is this distinction crucial for both ethical awareness and sustainable economic growth and for achieving the macroeconomic objective of the society? We start with Professor Sharif.
الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين. It is a great pleasure to be here to join this distinguished panel to discuss such critical topic actually, which is Islamic financial literacy. I would like to extend my gratitude and also appreciation to AAOIFI, ISDB, ISDBI, as well as to the Central Bank of Bahrain for a remarkable conference, which is basically also addressing key contemporary issues, which is one of them that we are discussing in this panel. So basically, when we look at the literatures, we do not find really a standardized, to say, definition of Islamic financial literacy, but we can say that it extends beyond actually the understanding of money management and investments. It integrates also the Sharia principles, particularly the prohibition of riba, gharar, and also the promotion of justice, transparency, and also risk sharing. So it encompasses moral awareness, social accountability, and understanding also the economic objective of Islam, or what we call maqasid al-sharia in Arabic, which includes justice, public benefit, as well as wealth circulation. How this distinct from the conventional financial literacy? So unlike the conventional financial literacy focus, which prioritizes basically the efficiency and return optimization, Islamic financial literacy aims to align financial behavior with ethical well-being and socio-economic justice.
Thank you very much. Dr. Humayun, any thoughts? Excuse me, the mic.
from this side.
Open.
Hello? No. When it comes to financial literacy, it's all about dissemination of information about the benefits of finance. Right? This is an approach taken by the regulators. So when a regulator promotes financial literacy, they are basically promoting the awareness about the benefits of becoming part of the financial system. There is emphasis on increase in savings, for example, how to take care of your money, etc. This is the conventional financial literacy. When it comes to Islamic financial literacy, it is not very different from that one. We have to emphasize upon the benefits of Islamic finance. Benefits of Islamic finance distinctly different from the conventional finance. This is the objective of the Islamic financial literacy. So we have to disseminate information on the benefits amongst the customers, amongst the banking community. Of course, we have to educate the regulators, governments, and all other stakeholders, with an ultimate objective to convince them this is something which is better than what is happening in the market. When it comes to the customers, we have to tell them that you have this conventional option A. If you switch from this one to come to an Islamic option B, you will have these benefits. If the customer is convinced, they will switch to Islamic banking. And of course, this will promote Islamic banking and finance in that society or economy. What we have been doing, we have been actually trying to convince ourselves, the bankers, what are the benefits. And of course, as bankers, Islamic bankers, we know what are the benefits which are accruing to us as a bank, and of course, our shareholders as well. This is why in the last 50 years, Islamic banking and finance has emerged as a supply-driven phenomenon. Okay, the banks would come in the market and they would supply Islamic financial services, and there would be demand coming from the market. We have not sufficiently convinced the regulators of the benefits of Islamic banking. This is why they say we would treat, in most cases, we would treat Islamic banking just like conventional. You are banks, we would treat you like banks. And in most cases, we have not been able to convince the governments. Governments, they would like to see the benefits of Islamic banking and finance on a macro level. What would be the effect of Islamic banking on inflation and price stability, for example? What would be the effect on financial inclusion? What would be the effect on the exchange rate stability and so on? This is an area where we have been very weak. And I think going forward, we have to look into this aspect of objectives of financial literacy. And I believe this is something we are going to discuss.
Thank you very much. Dr. Muhammad Imran, why, in your view, is capacity building among Islamic finance professionals not enough to achieve true literacy across the ecosystem? What gaps do you see between training within institutions and awareness among customers?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala sayyidil mursalin Muhammadin wa alihi sahbihi ajma'in. It's a very relevant question. In fact, when the Master of Ceremony was just introducing the session, Mr. Chairman, she mentioned that at this very stage, 17 years back, she was discussing the same topic of capacity building. So, and of course, maybe after 17 years, this is a problem that we'll be discussing, because it's not a bad problem to have. This means that there's a demand. And the main reason that we have lost our way is that we have detached the education and the literacy of Islamic finance from the mainstream teaching. So if we need to understand that when there is absolutely a new concept which has to be disseminated to a mass market, what is the best way to teach? So if we go back to the Holy Quran, we see that the audience to which the Holy Quran was being recited, there was just less than 1% of the people who were literate. Makkah predominantly was not a very learned society. Very few people were able to read or write. But how did they relate to the message of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in such an effective way? And that was the stories, the power of stories. Human beings are the only creature of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that we know of who can listen to, who can relate to, who can understand to the stories. That's why we see that when, even in Surah Baqarah, when we start understanding the first surah, a story comes up that is related to the story of the cow, then the story of Bani Israel, then the story of Harut and Marut, and it goes on. So there is something hidden at a very deep psychological level where we humans understand, relate to, and remember stories. Unfortunately, we do not have much text related to Islamic finance in which we have compelling stories to tell. And that can play a key role in capacity building. So with the consultation of our learned Sharia scholars and some of my friends, I started writing a book in which I just tried to compile the stories that I had come across during my life. So I'll just elaborate one single story with your permission, Mr. Chairman, and that will show that how strong storytelling can be in terms of clarifying a concept. So whenever we are traveling on the plane or we are sitting with our friends, there's just one question that comes again and again and again, and that is, Islamic banking looks exactly similar to conventional banking. What's the difference? Now, this is a question that we have been, we have been hearing for a very long time. One way is to explain there's a musharka, then there's this asset-backed management, then there's this and that, but a common person doesn't understand into the technical details. There's another way in terms of explaining it, in terms of a story. So there's a real life story. One of my teachers, Mufti Hassan Kaleem, who in fact is a student of Sheikh Taqi Usmani, he used to teach me Fiqhul Mamlat in Darul Uloom, Karachi. And the first journey that he did outside Pakistan was to London. So a person who's been born and brought up in a religious institution has never been out of Pakistan. First time he was getting a cultural shock of going to England. So that was Salatul Asr when he asked his host to take him to a masjid. So he said, okay, fine. After the session, we'll take you there. So while they were going towards the masjid, instead of a masjid, my teacher, Mufti Hassan, was approaching a church. He was going to a church. And he said to his host, maybe you're taking us to sightseeing, but Salatul Asr is our objective. Why are you taking me to church? He said, just hold on, brother, and you'll know. Then again, they kept on approaching towards the church till the time that they went to the parking and they were just going inside the church's building. And then that was it. Mufti Hassan said, come on, I need to go to a masjid. And he said, just hold on for a second. When they reached inside the church, they realized that there was no cross. There wasn't any statue of Jesus. There was no statue of Virgin Mary. In fact, there were all those saf and people were offering prayers. And the place where the priest was supposed to stand, there was an imam who was leading the prayers. So Mufti Hassan came back and said, what is this all about? He said, the laws, the building laws of England does not allow a place where a church is already being made to be converted into a masjid. But since, mashallah, the population of Muslims is increasing with a very fast rate, we didn't have any other solution other than to go to the Sharia scholars and ask, what is the solution? And they said, no problem. You just remove the non-Sharia compliant things in the church, and then you can offer prayer in the church. Now let's take this analogy towards Islamic finance. We have been governed by the laws that were made by the Bank of England. We are governed by the laws that are made by the regulator, who basically is a conventional regulator. So what Islamic finance has done is they have removed the cross, the statues, all those non-Sharia compliant things like gharar and qimar and maisar and riba. And from an outside, it looks like a church. But once someone goes into the transactions and goes into the details, they realize that there are people who are praying. The name of the story is Mufti and the Church. And Brother Humayun insisted me that I should tell this story because he loves this. And it's been very well received and it's been taught in different universities in Pakistan. So my humble request is that we should realize the power of stories, and then maybe that can play a role in capacity building.
Thank you very much. So, yeah, in a nutshell, it's not enough that the professionals become aware. The layman has to be aware also. And a powerful tool is the storytelling.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. So, to all panelists, anyone who wants to choose to answer, Much of the existing Islamic financial literacy focuses on micro-level issues, personal finance, banking products, and Sharia-compliant transactions. However, the real challenge lies at the macroeconomic level. The monetary, regulatory, and institutional systems within within which Islamic finance operates. How can we extend financial literacy to include understanding of these systemic issues? And how can such awareness contribute to developing a macroeconomic framework that truly supports the objectives of Maqasid al-Sharia? So anyone has a thought on this, Dr. Bello?
All right.
If you like.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, I would like to once again thank the organizers for this opportunity to speak in this conference and for taking a very important title to be discussed in this 20th conference. This is a very important topic. Now, perhaps before I respond to your question, I would like to say that financial literacy conventionally, yes, is about knowing the benefit of a finance, but a conventional finance. But when we are talking about Islamic finance literacy, it goes similar definition that has been given to it by the industry, that is knowing the unconventional finance, because Islamic finance is considered as unconventional finance, the benefit of unconventional finance. But this is not really literacy. That's where we are today. We have been just learning about the benefits. What is more important to optimize our financial literacy, we have to look at how do we get this benefit and how do we avoid any risks associated with this benefit. And when we are talking about Islamic finance, we talk about how do we reap this benefit in accordance with Sharia, and how do we avoid these obstacles or risks that are associated in getting some of these benefits. Now, for the Islamic finance industry to really leverage on the capacity or the principles of Islamic finance, as is being promoted over almost, I can say, 5 decades now, the regulators, all the stakeholders in particular, not only the regulators, I'm talking about the market players, the scholars, everybody has to go beyond just what's the benefit. Everybody knows that riba is prohibited. If you are a Muslim, you read the Quran, you go to the masjid, you hear about all this stuff. But most importantly is how do we go about it so that, because Sharia is all about pleasing Allah. We please Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in this dunya and we get the rewards for the akhirah. Now, if we continue to do things just the way we take the conventional finance and put it into our own system and just call it now, change the level and call it Islamic finance, we're not doing anything. So we have been building capacity in mimicking the conventional financial system and adjusting it, re-engineering it to call it Islamic finance. That's why the capacity that we ought to have built, we're yet to build that capacity. We have been trying to put a square hole, a square pipe in a round hole and trying to fill in the gap. That's what we have been doing. So that's why the issue of capacity building is coming to stay. We are talking about something that we have been talking about 50 years ago, 20 years ago. Now AI is coming. So we'll now have to play the catch-up game. So we will be moving from, unless we sit down to redesign our financial literacy program and deploy more new strategies and unconventional ways of
authentic ways.
Exactly.
Yes.
Of communicating this financial literacy and teaching this financial literacy at all levels of stakeholders, we are still going to be coming back and discussing the same thing.
Thank you. So on the topic of macroeconomy?
On the topic of macroeconomics, yes, we have to go beyond just the focus on the products. We look at the entire benefits that comes with the Islamic finance. It goes beyond just, I have a Mudaraba product or Murabaha product that is structured for getting finance. No, if I participate in Islamic finance, what are the benefit? What is the bigger picture for the entire economy? What is the contribution to the real economy? So that kind of literacy level, the optimization of that financial literacy to look at the bigger picture and involve all the fiscal and macroeconomic policies into our financial literacy program, so that whoever is being taught Islamic finance is not looking at the product, but he's looking at the entire benefit of the Islamic. That's the macro part of it.
Exactly. Introduce a new economic theory, maybe.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Anyone else wants to speak? Or should I move on?
No, I would like to actually contribute. You know, when we say the financial literacy should come out with the benefits of Islamic finance, one reason that the industry hasn't grown as per our expectations in a number of countries is primarily because we have not been able to spell out the benefits, right? And the benefits could be on the micro level. This mortgage, this is conventional. What is the benefit of Islamic mortgage? And comparing them. And then macro level. If in a country there is conventional banking system, and if we replace it with Islamic, what would be the benefits? And this is something very relevant to countries like Pakistan, where there is now a deadline. 1st of January 2028. That is the deadline for the full conversion of the banking sector. Someone may ask this question, on the 1st of January 2028, when we get up, the whole system is Islamic. What additional benefit this system would bring to the economy and to the society? If we haven't come up with a distinct economic value proposition of Islamic finance, we would struggle, right? And the real objective of Islamic financial literacy is to come up with a set of benefits first, and then emphasize upon those benefits, disseminate these benefits amongst the stakeholders so that they are convinced and they come on this side of the equation and help the economy to grow. So I think this is very important, moving away from the micro approach to the macro approach. This is something we, the Islamic economists, have been saying right from the beginning. You have to look at Islamic banking and finance in an economic context. However, in the last 50 years, Islamic banking and finance has emerged as a Sharia/legal phenomenon, which has brought its own benefits. However, if we want to go to the next level, we have to come up with a new socio-economic emphasis in Islamic banking and finance.
Exactly. Thank you very much. So, Dr. Bello, how do you see Islamic financial literacy acting as a bridge between financial inclusion and economic development? Could regulators play a stronger role in embedding literacy initiatives within national financial strategies?
Thank you. I think traditionally what we have now is that the market players are already 3-step or 7-step even ahead of the regulators. So the regulators are actually struggling to catch up with the market players, build the capacity, understand the product that is being presented to them for licensing, and then at the same time also looking at how does this product work? What will be the impact? So they focus more on looking at the consumer protection aspect rather than even knowing how the products really bring this benefit that the market players are presenting to them and claim to provide this benefit. So what is more important is that the regulators, they need to really come up with an enhanced strategy. They need to allocate more resources and more time into deeper financial, or I would like to use the term optimum financial literacy strategy to make sure that, yes, consumer protection is important, but financial literacy is the major aspect of consumer protection. Because when the consumers are literate, they know how the products work, and they know what are the risks associated with these products, they will be able to manage and ask questions and follow the transactions even before anything happened.
They become the supervisors.
Exactly.
Yes.
So they will be like self-monitoring by the consumers. So that's one aspect. The second part is they need to develop a policy to make sure that as a central bank policy or as a regulator, you come up with this policy to ensure that the Islamic financial institutions are fully involved and allocate sufficient resources in financial literacy at all levels. And they deployed not just the conventional kind of methodology of financial literacy, but they also go through the unconventional way of financial literacy. That is, the methodology that they are going to deploy is not just organizing maybe conferences, capacity building, or maybe public engagement. They have to look at the other methodologies, engage the imams, let the imams at the masjid organize sessions on Islamic finance and brought experts to talk about it. I was so impressed last week. I mean, last week, Saturday, actually, a day before yesterday, I was in the US, and that's where I stay in New Jersey. There is a Teaneck County. There is one masjid called Darul Islah. The Darul Islah is a masjid in the Teaneck County. What they do is that they organize this lecture monthly. They brought 3 experts. One is Amana Capital, the other one is Apex Capital, and the other one is Home Guidance. They come and talk about give lecture about Islamic finance in the masjid. There are children, there are women, there is everybody. And it was like well organized, and people really benefited. They brought the idea of how Islamic finance work and what are the benefits that the people will get from Islamic finance, in both dunya and akhirah. So this is a kind of, but who are doing this? Do the regulators actually support the financial institutions to go into this? Then this is where I said that there is a need to have an enhanced policy so that the Islamic financial institutions should allocate sufficient budget, and a KPI is being set for them to be able to intensify.
Maybe.
Exactly. Not really work up. They have the CSR fund.
Yeah, okay.
So the CSR fund is more than sufficient for them to be able to do that. And then lastly, perhaps the central banks need to build their own capacity first.
Exactly.
They are doing well. Not only the central bank, the Securities Commission, the insurance regulators, all the regulators need to lead by example. Now, we are having issues with fintech. Who is to regulate fintech? Now AI is coming. So everything is like we lack the basics of financial literacy on how the Islamic finance work. Now fintech, Islamic fintech is coming. We do not grasp that well. Now AI has come. So where are the regulators? They are the one to really lead the show. And all the stakeholders, where are the Sharia scholars? What is their level of literacy? Do the central banks or the regulators, the Islamic financial institutions, engage with the scholars, with the professors at the university? Do you have curriculum that is well developed and groomed right from the high schools and to the universities that we have capacity?
So we need more engagement with
exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Exactly.
Thank you very much. Professor Muhammad Sharif, how can academic institutions and financial institutions collaborate to develop more practice-oriented Islamic financial literacy? For instance, through dual programs, simulations, or industry-led case studies?
Thank you very much. This is an important question. Unfortunately, there is a lack of collaboration between the academia as well as the industry. And this is clear, and everyone is seeing that. Even in some countries, unfortunately, we find that the industry is somewhere, and at the infrastructure level, I mean, the academia, you do not find any Islamic finance or economics programs offered at the university level, or if they are offered, there is no collaboration with the industry. This one, in my opinion, weakens the industry, and also it's slowing down its development, real development. We're not talking about the growth. And unfortunately, we are seeing even in some jurisdictions, the industry is taking a wrong direction because there is no collaboration with the academy, because academia should take a lead in product developments and so on. So I would like here to mention that there is a need for collaboration in 3 areas. The first one is to develop authentic Sharia compliant products that move beyond mimicking the conventional products. And the second one is to correct the misconceptions by addressing the weakness of the current practices. The third one, to integrate the Islamic financial literacy throughout educational curriculum for primary schools to postgraduate programs. And to arrive at this, there are certain strategies which could be followed, which includes dual degree programs, joint curricula between the Sharia and finance faculties, co-taught by scholars as well as the practitioners, case-based simulations, use a real-world case or labs for sukuk structuring, Islamic fintech, and also ethical risk sharing. Third, knowledge transfer hubs, create university bank area hubs for applied research and innovations. We have some of the examples, but they are still limited, like in the case of Malaysia, as well as we have as well in Morocco. There is a collaboration between the ISDBI and the Islamic Financial Engineering Laboratory at the Muhammadiyah School of Engineering, where they are giving award for the best agent-based simulations in Islamic finance almost, I think, every year. So these kind of initiatives, they should be actually expanded, and they should be available in every country where we have the industry. Otherwise, the industry will not move into the right direction.
Thank you very much. Dr. Humayun, how do you see technologies such as AI, gamification, or online micro-learning transforming access to Islamic financial knowledge? Can it help bridge the divide between the expert and the everyday Muslim consumer?
Me? Okay, so AI, we had just had a session on AI, and you know, it's a very new technology, and there are some disruptions that are taking place in the industry which are just mind-boggling. So I'll just quote another example of my own personal experience of the power of AI and how the next generation is thinking. So I was traveling with my kids, and we were on vacations for a week, and when we were waiting for a flight at the airport, I asked my younger son that, you know what, when we were in the school, after vacations, we had to write an essay. And the essay was my vacations. And he was just sort of just sitting in the departure lounge, and he said, how many words? I said, well, maybe 100 words. He said, 100 words are less. So I said, okay, fine, 200 words then. He said, fine, you'll get it. So I was just strolling around, and after about 2 minutes, I got a WhatsApp in which he had written an essay of 200 words. And that had so many details of the trip that I was just surprised at how can he write it down within 2 minutes. You know what he did? He went to DeepSeek, he gave a prompt, and the essay was there. You know, I was really scared, because what's happening is that the sort of information that he gave in took around 30 to 40 or 50 seconds. And these kids are so good in writing prompts, that's called prompt engineering, that they get the results within a split of a second. I belong to the previous generation. I would rather be thinking about it, writing an essay, going back, searching for the references. The next generation is not going to study Islamic finance the way we have studied. So what our role is that since the transition generation belongs to us, we must first study AI on our own. And the only way to study AI is not to go to a business school, not to go to any YouTube tutorial. Just go and try DeepSeek, try ChatGPT. And then we can explore that all these things that they are doing, they can be replicated in a very efficient manner towards the education of Islamic finance as well. So one of the biggest challenges that we face is that what is the benefit to the customer? Fine, the bank earns money. We might have gone through a lot of stories where a bank has earned billions of rupees and the government has also got a lot of money in terms of the taxes. But what about the common person? Who is our customer? Now, these are the questions that we have been discussing for such a long time. And this is something where the research of the academia, as well as the practitioners, should be focused so that we could come up with a business model in which the answers to be given to the common person in terms of what sort of a benefit that they can get. So I'll just quote one quick example. Let's say Islamic mortgage. So the brother just gave an example that guidance people were there in the mosque in New Jersey. Guidance basically has been there for ages, and they provide Islamic solutions for mortgages in the US, and they have terribly failed. They started off 30 years back, and it has not just flown through. Why is that so? Because you know what happens in the US and the UK, Islamic mortgage is more expensive than conventional. So when a common person goes to any other Islamic bank, and he or she goes for the installment, the Islamic banks are more expensive. So instead, they go to the Sharia scholars and take a fatwa that we don't have an option. We can't pay so much of this monthly installment because the rate is higher. So can we go for the conventional mortgage? And now they are applying that fatwa. And all those small banks that had started generating some sort of a business, both in UK and in US and in Canada, have basically stopped providing Islamic mortgage. Now let's take an example. If we start off with the population who are Muslim, go back and design it by the help of the technology, that what if our installment is lower than the conventional installment? You know what will happen? Maybe we'll have to sacrifice on our margins, but the volume will go high. And the win will come when the non-Muslim will prefer to go for an Islamic mortgage, not because it's Islamic, not because it's riba free. Why? Because that gives them more benefit than a conventional product. And that has been happening in some parts of Malaysia because of this product structuring. So I think couple this with AI and the future generation, and I think we'll win this war of the narrative.
Thank you very much. Zahra is indicating that the time has finished. Can I take one question? Can I give one question? Not take one. Sorry. So to Dr. Dar, what more can infrastructure bodies like AAOIFI, IFSB, and SIBAFI do to make Islamic financial literacy part of their institutional mandates, perhaps through certification or cross-border frameworks?
Now that the time is over, I would like to come up with a simple suggestion.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. For yourself, for SIBAFI, AAOIFI, IFSB, and other, excuse me, other industry building organizations. We have been involved in setting standards, Sharia standards, governance standards, ethical standards, accounting standards, and so on. There is a need to come up with a new set of standards which should be focusing on notation in the teaching in Islamic economics, banking, and finance. Like we have standardized notation in physics. So you pick up any book on physics, E is equal to MC square would be there, right? In case of economics and other social sciences, that notation is not standardized. In some books on economics, interest rate would be R, in some others it would be I. And this, in case of Islamic banking and finance and in Islamic economics, this has created a lot of confusion. If we come up with standards on teaching riba, that standard would actually, in a notation, simple notation would define riba. And that notation would be universally accepted. No one would be questioning this is not riba or this is riba. The basic thing in Islamic banking and finance is that this is riba free. And you ask Muslims, even in this hall, there would be divergence of opinions on what constitutes riba. So we have to come up with unambiguous stances on the basic concepts which we use in Islamic banking and finance. We should know what is musharaka. You know, we have one musharaka which is given in the books, and we have another musharaka which we apply in the banks and other financial institutions. And we call it musharaka. And if we want to call it musharaka, then we should be giving it an adequate name. Like, you know, we had classically ijara. Now we have an application which is called ijara muntahiya bitamlik. So we came up with this new term, ijara muntahiya bitamlik. We are using mudarba in a variant kind of form, musharaka in a variant form, but we are not willing to give them the names they deserve. So the standardized approach, which should be promoted by maybe SIBAFI okay, or another, or this could be a combined effort. Standards on the, from pedagogical viewpoint, standards on these basic concepts and contracts which we use in Islamic banking and finance, so that there is no ambiguity at all. A layman, a scholar, a student, a regulator, and the wider society knows what we are talking about.
Thank you very much. Can we take questions from the public? تفضل, please. Sorry, because we are running out of time.
Okay.
No problem.
Thank you very much. Always ending time, but still I want to ask a question and a comment as well. A comment. First of all, I would like to pass my thanks to Dr. Imran. I'm Dr. Adnan Malik, and I'm a professor on Islamic finance at a university at Pakistan. And I'm teaching Islamic finance to bachelor students, MS, PhD. And
can you give us the question? Because
when
I'm out of time.
Exactly. So I'm teaching Islamic finance through the book authored by Dr. Imran. And it's a great contribution. And his every chapter starts with a story. And that story then gives a clear understanding to the students what is going to be discussed in the chapter. So thank you very much, Dr. Imran. Second, my comment is about my brother from IFSB. He talked about awareness through mosques, masajid. Let me tell you that our university, we are engaged with madaris, religious schools. We have developed a 30-hour course for madrasa students. We go into madaris. We train them for 10 hours on conventional finance and then 20 hours on Islamic finance. And we have been doing it since 2016. And recently, our central bank, State Bank of Pakistan, with the support of all Islamic banks, they have given us a task to go to 70 madaris and to launch this sort of a course. So thank you very much that you have endorsed.
Thank you very much.
And
so if you have a question, because a lot of hands I'm saying. So.
Dr. Dar, my question is from you that so far we have been discussing awareness of customers. Now, don't you think that there is a need of awareness of bankers as well about the benefits which customers are looking for towards Islamic banking, like awareness of bankers?
So can we take questions first? Let's finish all the questions and then.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Just a quick comment because of want of time. The more I listen to the subject matter experts that spoke today, the more I am convinced with my definition of what this topic stands for. 3 pedestals: knowledge, speed, and time. While time is divine, the speed is circumstantial, but the knowledge is the cardinal objective for why we are here, and that what should be upheld to be able to align with the speed that AI has brought to us. So while the prospect stands with the quality of the message we have, both in practice, in preaching, and whatever we do, because that was AI carry to project, to advise, to analyze. So the prospect should be within how much have we been able to uphold the amana in terms of the knowledge within the concept of Muqasid Sharia, and also in the practice, so that whatever AI will do will now take lead from what we as human has been able to uphold as.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Yeah, here, please. This gentleman.
Assalamu alaikum.
تفضل.
The focus on the awareness here is awareness of the benefits, Doctor.
تفضل.
Is the awareness of the benefits of conforming to the Sharia principles and teaching. So the awareness of the benefits. We often hear that if depositors are made aware that their risk exposure is different with deposits at Islamic banks than conventional banks, that will lead to withdrawal of deposits.
طيب.
What do you, here we're taking one situation where what is important is to make people aware, not only of the benefits, but to make them aware of the negative ramifications of not conforming to it.
طيب. واضح السؤال. Thank you. ما في حد يسأل؟
Bismillah. Just a very simple question is this. We are seeing the promotion of Islamic banking and finance since 5 decades. But the question is this, the layman once see the products and structures of Islamic banking and finance, usually said that is the replication of only conventional banking system. Now there is a challenge of AI and fintech. And we are moving forward to resolve them as well. My question is this, we are only copying and we are going to resolve the problems and confusions which faced by the capitalism, capital approach. Now, in Islamic finance, you guys like Dr. Imran and Dr. Humayun said in their speeches, Sharia objectives, purposeful Islamic banking and finance, sustainable development for the Muslim Ummah as well as for the world, value proposition between the Islamic and conventional products. So what type of a standardization and principles we are going to adopt to bring the prosperous economic system on the principles of Islamic banking and finance, whereas now only capitalistic approach prevails. So just my question is this, what is the value proposition we are going to achieve and introduce in the market?
Okay.
المعرفة تراكمية، والتشريع لما يكون مغيى زي التشريع الإسلامي، الأحكام الشرعية مربوطة بمقاصد الشرع. يعني المشروعية الجزئية بدها تكون محققة للكلي، وإذا تنكبت الوسيلة الغاية تاعتها فمن عيد النظر في مشروعيتها. الشريعة المال في طبعه وسيلة، ولكن رفعته لمرتبة مقصد ضروري وجعلته في آخر الضروريات مشان يكون خادم للضروريات الأعلى منه درجة، وحطت للتعامل فيه العدل، لأنه العدل يؤدي للمقاصد الأخرى التداول والرواج. والعدل كان الفقهاء حريصين على ضبط التوازن بين المصالح المتضاربة في العقود بتوازن مشان ما تطغى، لأنه هذا الذي يضمن التداول والرواج. طب إحنا المنتجات الإسلامية في خبرتنا من حد ما بدينا وبدينا الراكب، هل إحنا بنتقرب حقيقة مع مرور الزمن من مقاصد الشريعة، ولا قاعدين بنركز في منتجات رأس مالية لأنه طاغي بنكهة إسلامية؟
واضح.
كمان شغلي ثاني إنه اللي بدنا نحكي فيه مبدأ العدل. مبدأ العدل كان حريصين الفقهاء عليه، وهذا مقصد مهم في الشريعة الإسلامية، وربنا ركز على العدل. طب أنا لما أطلع على مؤسسة مالية إسلامية، رأس مال المساهمين 70 مليون، الودائع المودعين 1,200,000,000، أطلع على النتائج المالية في نهاية السنة، 70 مليون رابحة 15 مليون دولار، 1,200,000,000 رابحة 900 مليون، 900,000، ما وصلتش مليون.
طيب
وين العدل؟
ماشي.
وهل فعلا المنتجات الإسلامية حاليا في عنا، لأنه لازم تكون في وسائل قياس تقيس العدل، في عنا وسائل قياس نقيس مبدأ العدل في المنتجات الإسلامية؟ شكرا.
ماشي. احنا ما في وقت، إذا حتصر أعطيك الميكروفون، بس ما في وقت والله دكتور. سؤال بس، ما نبغى مداخلة، مو سؤال.
Just my question to Dr. Dar is the issue of terminology. Actually, we know what is riba. We know the definition of the riba. We know the definition of musharaka. We know, but the issue is, don't you see? The issue is what constitutes a riba. This is the main issue, and from practice, we see that the gap between the economics and the Sharia and the legal people. This is the problem. For example, when we say ijara, the lawyers came out with a concept, asset back, asset base. So where did they get this? And then when you said sukuk, they said Islamic bond, because if we didn't say bond, the market will not understand.
What is the question?
This is the,
Sheikh? What is the question, Sheikh?
the question is the creation of the problem of literacy in Islamic finance is between us, the economists, the legal guys, who are going beyond the terminologies that are there. Is this correct or not?
طيب. خلاص أنا stop معلش. Stop. Can you please start answering?
Yeah.
So who wants to start?
So let me take the one
Yeah.
of the questions. So that was from the brother over here, and he's saying that you. So in reply to your question, so he was saying that optically, as we discussed as well, Islamic finance looks very similar to conventional finance. And when are we going to go for focusing on the Maqasid-e-Sharia? And this is a question that's been discussed in the last AOIFI conference as well. And even today that was being discussed. You know what? The most important part is your niyyah. Innamal a'malu bin-niyyah. In the capitalist model, capital is king. Greed is good. They are there for the money. And the slogan is, show me the money. Now with this mindset, no matter if you say riba is haram, no matter if you eliminate gharar, no matter if you eliminate qimar, if greed is good and show me the money is the objective, then the Maqasid-e-Sharia will be on the background and making money will be in the foreground. And this is where the problem starts. Now, the economic question is that if the firm is not making money and if it's not commercially viable, why would they be in the business, right? So for that, case studies have come up, and one of the best case studies is United States of America itself. Just look at the Silicon Valley, what they have done. They have in fact practiced musharaka in its true spirit. The venture capital companies, what do? There's a person with an idea and he has got time, he has got expertise, but he doesn't have money. So he becomes the mudarib. Then there is a donor, whether it's the private equity fund or an individual, he comes and gives the money. He becomes the Rabbul Mal. And then the startup culture builds up. They go for taking the risk. Sometimes it works, sometimes it does not. One of my friends said that I have invested in 70 startup ventures, 70. Out of those, only 5 worked. But the amount of money that I went through the 5 have in fact offset all the loss that I incurred on 65. But my friend, the problem is banks have never ever gone through with taking such a high risk because their risk appetite is not in that way. So what is the way? Maybe the banks can allocate a fund where they can make a venture capital investment, test waters, and do the real musharaka that brother Humayun was talking about. So I think 50 years is good enough a time to experience the way it's been done. Now it's about time to break the norm, take a little bit of risk. Since we copy so many things from the West, why don't we copy their venture capital model and at least start at a very smaller stage?
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I just want to perhaps not to respond, but to deliver the message that I really wanted to deliver for this session. The Islamic finance literacy is our collective responsibility, all of us in this room. Because we have the regulators, we have the market players, we have the scholars, we have everyone. If we go by the teachings of the Prophet ﷺ, that he said that we should convey a knowledge that even if it is a single word that we have learned to our fellow Muslim brothers, we will not be having this problem of financial literacy, we will not be having problem of this Islamic finance industry. If I'm to ask here, myself, all of us here, the scholars, even the brother Omar, the Secretary General of IOP, how many of us, our families first, knows about Islamic finance? I'm sure you will find that a Sharia scholar who has been given fatwa to the Islamic banks, his family doesn't even know what is musharaka or mudaraba or ijara muntayya bitamlik. This is something that we have to do it ourselves. So we have to develop a new unconventional way for unconventional methodology to unconventional audience. If we start teaching Islamic finance, you are the Secretary General of Chibafi. I don't know how much your children know about Islamic banking, Islamic finance. We have this collective responsibility. It's our own responsibility. Otherwise, we'll come back in the next 10 years, if we're alive, to discuss about the same issue of financial literacy, Islamic finance literacy. So it is our responsibility to now take it upon us. You have neighbors, you have friends. You don't have to wait for a conventional platform to teach Islamic finance or somebody to invite you to speak on Islamic finance. Organize your neighbors. Organize your family members, family meetings, children, tell them about Islamic finance. That's the only one way that we can be able to communicate and develop financial literacy. And this is a global message, not only for the members in this audience. If we all do that, then our industry will strive. If I know better model of Islamic finance, I can engage with my neighbor. He can come back and tell me that I went to Bank A and they told me this how the finance. We will have the conversation. Islamic finance will be our lifestyle. So this is the message that I really wanted to.
Thank you, Dr. Bello.
Yes, thank you.
I have to conclude. My last statement will be the power of the layman is the most optimum power if he has the knowledge. So the change will come from them. We saw a lot of scholars, we saw a lot of practitioners in the machine inside of the industry. They could not do the change. The change will come from the layman. And we need to focus on educating them and make them well aware of what is real Islamic finance, what is real fiqh, what is real Islamic economy. They will push the regulator, they will push the financial institution. Absolutely. They will make the change. Thank you very much, everyone. جزاكم الله خير على حسن الاستماع. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Thank you very much. جزاكم الله خير.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the first day of AAOIFI-IsDB 20th Annual Islamic Banking and Finance Conference. Thank you very much for your participation throughout the day, and we are looking forward to meeting you tomorrow, 9 a.m. sharp, for another set of inspiring stories and sessions. في أمان الله.